All right, welcome everybody. It looks like we have a recording ready to go here. We'll have a call to order here for our Lindon City Council meeting here today. 5:15 is our start time typically, Monday, September 18th, 2023 for the record. I'd like to welcome you, Mayor Carolyn Lundberg here, all those that are here today. And we always begin our session first with an invocation, and that will be given by Councilmember Jake Hoyt here. And then we follow by a pledge of allegiance, and we are honored to have a young man here, Logan Hughes, who will preside over our pledge. And we'll go to that point. Thank you.
Our dear, kind, and gracious Heavenly Father, we're thankful for the opportunity we gather together today in the beautiful city of Lindon. We're thankful for the blessing it is to live here, to raise our families here at the foot of Mount Timpanogos. We're especially grateful this day for our first responders, the many that are here. Please bless them, both our police and fire, the EMT services as well, that they'll be protected as they protect our citizens and bless the lives of all those here within the city. We ask that thy spirit will be with us tonight as we make important decisions that regard both the physical and financial well-being of this city. We ask for thy guidance, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, Logan, if you could just come up to the front.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Logan. All right. We will begin first with a call to order and a roll call here of our council members that are here this evening. And I'll start here to my left.
Van Broderick, present.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Mike Van Cherry, present.
Randy Powell, present.
And we'd like to excuse Council Member Magleby, who has fallen ill today. All right, and then going on to item number 2 on our agenda is the presentations and announcements. And we are very excited to be having a ceremonial swearing in of a new officer here for the city of Lindon, Officer Tanner Hughes. So we'll turn this over to the chief.
Mayor and council, appreciate the opportunity to introduce our new officer. I don't know, everybody sat on that side, I'm not quite sure what kind of leadership I'm showing. No, if I could just say right before that, what a privilege it is for me to be associated with such an incredible group of individuals who put their lives on line every day for the citizens here. And man, they're incredible people, and we're lucky to have them. That being said, Tanner Hughes, go ahead and stand up. He graduated with the Law Enforcement Academy. He's become state certified. We'll have him sworn in. I want to introduce his fiance, Caitlin. This guy's got a lot going on. He's getting married next week, end of next week. So we'll welcome him, and her family have joined us well. His family's from California. He came from California, speaks fluent Spanish, so he'll be a good asset to us here moving forward once we get him all trained up. But on that note, we'll go ahead and Kathy swear you in, my friend.
Where do you want to do this, bro? No comments from the audience.
Is that for today or next week with the wedding?
Yeah, this way so they can see us.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. I state your name.
I, Tanner Hughes,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and I will discharge the duties
of my office
of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations. Signature real quick, and then you can stay here before we forget.
And we are so appreciative of our team here, our PD team that are here to support and give a little razzing at the same time. I like it.
Officer Chandler, what you don't know though is the dirty little secret is because you're the low man on the totem pole now, you'll have to work during your honeymoon. They've got you scheduled. They've got you scheduled during your honeymoon shifts.
Okay.
You want to back up now?
You should have told that before you took the.
All right, congratulations. I'd love to invite any of our council members to make any comments as well. But we just sure appreciate you, and we're very thrilled and excited to add you to the Lindon family team. So thank you.
Welcome to the team here,
Welcome to the team.
both of you.
Yes.
That's right. We
And
recognize it's the partners at home that are just as invested in all that goes on to support a warrior like you are.
You'll
You
have a
all
lot
are,
to do,
so.
but compared to California, it's probably going to be a little bit less hectic, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Time the emu is loose, you can be the man to go catch him, right? Okay. All right, very good. Well, thank you. And moving on, are there any other comments or announcements from council that are not tied to your reports? Okay.
I do have a couple,
Okay.
sorry. A couple of months ago, we talked about a citizen had reached out on, is it 2000 West over by Pheasant Brick Park about the traffic,
800 West.
or 800 West, I'm sorry, I knew that. And we were going to look into that to see, I don't know if we're going to do a full-blown traffic study or whatever, but I'm just wondering if anything has come of that so I can report back.
I will follow up with our city engineers and see where they're at with that,
All right,
and I'll
thank
let you
you.
know. Okay.
All right. Then we are on to item number 3, which is the open session for public comment. This is for anyone in the audience to address the council for any items that are not listed on the agenda tonight. All right, seeing none, we'll move forward to item number 4. Hey, guys, it's just getting exciting. Sure you want to...
Thank you.
Okay, council reports. Any preference where we start, left, right? Would you like to start, Van? Thank you.
Due to the length of the meeting, I'll just keep this short. Previous engineers meeting attended, and the next one is tomorrow. So I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've met. Kind of good to be back in the saddle. Chief gave me a great update. Chief, I always appreciate your updates, and I'd love to go through all of them, but for the sake of time, I won't. I will mention that I had a business owner, he owns several businesses throughout the city of Lindon, reach out to me yesterday. It was actually Friday, and said, hey, I wanted you to know that Lindon PD, specifically Detective Clegg, went above and beyond for my business, really went out of his way, and I'll share with you who it is after, but we sure appreciate your guys, and I want you to know that the business community really feels that too. So I love when it all comes together and the synergy there, but great updates from Chief. They're keeping our city safe. Couple of quick things from Parks and Rec. Not this Friday, but next, there will be a free movie in the park, City Center, where they hand out free pumpkins. That's a fun one of my family's favorite. Come if you can. And then our spooktacular that we have every year will be Friday the 27th. I know in the past, council members have had a trunk, and Adam always shows us up with his costume. If you guys would like to do that, just let Heath know. They'll provide candy if you wanna do a trunk. Busy. They're gonna do a turkey bowl again this Thanksgiving for Lindon City. Anyways, very busy on both the PD and the Parks and Rec side, and appreciate all they're doing. That's all. Oh, I attended a water meeting for Van as Van's backup, and a lot of great institutional knowledge from those board members. Appreciated the opportunity. Juan has us covered. We went into detail on the decision we had made to connect to the Murdoch, and looks like it's moving forward, and the water board's very supportive of that, and I felt very comfortable moving forward at that time, even more so now once meeting with that water board. So that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Jake. All right, go ahead, Mike.
I know Thursday, I was out of town, but I know Thursday that Mike and I think the mayor and some staff met with a developer on the 7th North project. They brought a concept plan, as I understand it. and also had a component of housing that they were asking for. It was very preliminary, as I understand it, and some suggestions were made, some recommendations, and some I don't think so's, if that's the right way to put it. But they, I don't think they were scared away. I think that they're planning on taking to heart what was suggested in the meetings, and if I understand correctly, they will come back with another version, and then at that time we'll just evaluate it and look and see. So the other thing, this is not part of my report, but I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Ron and I have been playing pickleball in the morning over at.
You've gone to the dark side.
I
huh?
have.
Okay.
I want to stay married, so yes, I have. It's actually quite fun. I never really thought it'd be that fun, but the net over at Hollow Park, there's a net that on that northeast net court, one of the nets has ripped, has come down from the. You have the little strip that the net goes into.
There's probably 2 of them.
Yeah, and you probably know that. Thank you, Van, for ripping those.
I wish.
But anyway, I don't know that it's dangerous or anything, but it just might be something you guys want to look at, so.
It felt like that may have had help from something,
Yeah.
or somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't quite clear something? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think it was malicious.
Okay.
really?
That's not
I
that-
just they don't come apart there without help.
Well, that's kind of, I was wondering if something had to have happened, but anyway, if we would mind reporting that to Parks or to Heath, that'd be great. Honestly, where we haven't met for a month, I've been busy, been active on the things that I'm responsible for, but really nothing out of the ordinary to report. If there was, I'd share it with you, but at this point, I think I'm just gonna say that's my report.
Thank you very much, Randy.
Thank you, Mayor. And trying to keep with this theme of staying brief because of our agenda length, I just wanted to comment on how wonderful our 9/11 drill was. Great to see so many candidates there for this training that we participated in. And kudos to Kelly and for all of her preparation. Just so grateful that our city participates in this. And I didn't bring my notes, but Mayor will help me, and Councilmember Mancheri, I think it was 85%. It was slightly lower than, but just a little bit lower than we typically are. We're so lucky to have this drill in our community. And additionally, the food drive went amazingly well. They covered the whole floor, basically, of the Community Arts Auditorium over at the community center. And I'm sure other might have, Mayor probably has more to say on that one, so I'm going to let her do that. But just great. And our youth council, as well as CERT, helped with that food drive, and they did a fabulous job. And CERT was wonderful to acknowledge the lifting capabilities of the youth council so that they didn't have to do so much lifting. It was wonderful. We were also joined by both Goshen, Springville, and Spanish Fork in our drill that was here in this room. So it was great to have those other municipalities join us for that drill. Coming up, we'll have the Youth Council. Speaking of them, we have our meeting next week where they will be participating in elections for their body, and they're looking forward to seeing who's coming forward to go for those positions. Also, we are going to be starting on our education grants here with the staff here at the reception desk. And then, let's see what else. I have a couple of little things here. Holy Cow starts tomorrow, so the senior center will be somewhat displaced, but it's a wonderful thing to have there, and the senior center is doing great. And speaking also of youth council, I like their eagle eyes. This past weekend, one of the members noticed that in our parks, there was, I believe, 6 lights, the baluster lights, that were damaged, and we asked them to contact the non-emergency line, and that they would contact the Parks and Recs department, so that there would be both some sort of an incident report, and then the Parks Recs would be able to take care of the damage. So grateful for both our youth council and the way that they were treated by the off-duty or the off-line, non-emergency line. They said it was a good experience for them to report. And so anytime citizens have something that is noticed, they're always welcome to call if a need be, to call the non-emergency line. They're very helpful with anything that is going on with our cities, especially on a weekend or after hours. So that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Randy. And I just want to thank the chief for his article in the newsletter this month. He addresses some of the burglaries and theft, and the PD did an unbelievably fantastic job chasing down every last thread and returning vehicles to owners. So kudos to you and your staff. And then he had a great article about just how to help the community.
It was a good article.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep an eye out. Avoid crimes of convenience. And yeah, the food drive was fantastic, better than expected. I wanted to give kudos to Adam as well. You know, a couple of years ago when we were looking to kind of change a chapter, you know, we had the Thanksgiving dinner for many years, which was fantastic in many ways, but it was just really a lot to carry for some of the staff to give up their holiday. And we were looking for some other meaningful way that the community could come together. And Adam, it was really kind of his seminal idea to start doing food drives for that. And the community has really responded. Fantastic people. We're going to bless a lot of lives. And one of the individuals at that training on 9/11 shared with the group that she has used Tabitha's Way for her family. So it's a great thing to do. Just want to remind you all, the park tax renewal is coming up on the ballot in November. And so whatever we can do as individuals to share with the community and educate them on why that's such an amazing benefit to renew, you know, we could use all the support we can on that. And cemetery, really quickly, I popped by the building there and spoke with the project manager and Jimmy with Bailey Construction. He said, it's looking fantastic. It's nearly done. He said they're just doing the punch list, taking care of that, and they're going to schedule the driveway pad pour, and it looks like that will be ready to go pretty soon.
Yeah, in the next
So-
week or so.
Okay, fantastic. So that's all I have, and we'll move to our city administrator's report.
Can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I got notice from Lindon Cares from Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Said on the 25th of September, there's a QPR training, something to do with suicide awareness. She indicated, I didn't see a location. She just said it was the Cultural Arts Auditorium. And I just wasn't sure.
That's
where-
the old
That's
chapel
the
at
old
the
chapel.
community center.
Oh, the old
So
chapel. Okay, I didn't know
Okay.
that's what they called it. Thank you.
All right.
The acronym, we say
it's
CAW.
a lunch training, so they'll provide lunch.
Yeah,
and-
noon to
yeah,
1:30.
yeah, they've invited all of the employees to that.
Old chapel,
Okay.
there we go. Thank you.
Is there do we need to be careful on the CARES Act, the park tax? As city council members, is there any line we can't cross?
As long as you're not using any city resources, so letterhead or emails, I would probably stay away from the city email if you're promoting that through email somehow. But on your own, as elected officials, you can say and promote and encourage all you want.
Okay.
So,
Perfect, we will.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything else from
oh,
you, Adam?
yes,
Sorry.
just a couple items. Sorry, I thought you were
That's
saying
right.
to everybody else there. So just a few dates there, the fall cleanup and the Meet the Candidates Night scheduled for October 12th at 7 here in this room. We did provide you a copy of some questions for that Meet the Candidates Night as a draft. I had just a couple emails from individuals. If you have any other thoughts, comments, or additional questions or different questions, these are very similar to what were asked 2 years ago. And so,
I like Mike's comment today. I do think that many times we find that meeting, everyone's saying the exact same thing over and over again. And if we can really drill down specifically on affordable housing, where they're at specifically.
okay.
I don't know how we ask that question to not just have all the answers be generically
And that
the
was my
same.
concern.
So I agree with Mike on that one.
Okay. Any other comments or thoughts on that? No?
That's
Okay,
great.
we will finalize that list then and get that sent out soon, so. I think that's all. Oh, one item to bring to your attention. So there was some legislation that passed last year. The state is requiring all government entities in the state have to now adopt a .gov website and email handle, and so we will be transitioning in 2024 to Lindon.gov. And so we'll be able to, it looks like that's an available, I don't know the right term, it's an available domain, yes. And
Will we be
so
allowed to keep the .org and then just have it redirect?
that's
So
our hope, is that we'll be able to redirect that and for a period of time. And so we'll be looking to do that change several months before the deadline. And so it has to be done by the end of 2024. So just a FYI that'll be coming up soon. So it's a process to change all of our links and all of our email addresses and every entity in the entire state. And so, yeah.
And what caused the legislature to want to do that? Do we know?
There's
Somebody who
some
owns .gov.
information that those .gov domains are restricted only to government entities. You have to apply for them and get it approved, and so there's a feeling out there that they're more secure and more safe, less misleading, instead of a .com or a .org, and so I think that was probably the basis of most of that.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thanks.
What date are the voting ballots mailed? Do you know that?
I think it was, October 30th or 31st, that week they're supposed to go out, so.
Okay, yes, it was delayed this year. Okay, great. And then we'll move on to item number 6. This is the approval of the minutes. If the council had an opportunity to review those, have any additions or changes that they would like before adopting those?
I found nothing.
I have no change.
All right, I would entertain a
I'll
motion.
make a motion then, see if I can find the date. Okay, so approval of the minutes. I move to approve the minutes from the July 17th, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. All in favor?
Aye.
Have the minutes approved. Then we're on to item number 7. This is a consent agenda for items that are just kind of housekeeping, don't require public comment, and so we just have one quick resolution in there.
This is a quick resolution, but a big ticket item here on this third page on that. I just want to bring your attention to all of these vehicles. Most of these are police vehicles that we're swapping out with this updated lease that's on our agenda. Anticipated sellback if we were to surplus all of these based on low Kelly Blue Book values, $425,000. So that's a big surplus item. But then we have the old animal control trailer, which has never been very utilized, and then a generator. So
Could you remind me, I'm sure we've had this discussion, Adam, but we're swapping out police vehicles every 2 years, 3 years?
typically every 2 years.
2 years.
This last year, they couldn't get them in time for us, and so we actually purchased them outright, and hence that's where we own all of these vehicles now, and we're looking to sell those. The older vehicles. We are swapping and rotating several of those into our vehicle fleet instead of, we had in our budget a plan to buy a few new vehicles in different departments, and this will be replacing some of those instead of making purchases, so.
But we do two years just because when we go to trade them, they're still in great condition and.
The lease amount goes up on the third year, and so
Okay,
our
that's what I
payment
wasn't
goes up.
understanding.
Yeah, we'll talk about that on the next
Okay,
agenda
all
item.
right, good, thank you.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is approved. All right, we move on to item number 8. This is a review and action regarding the police department vehicle lease topic.
So what's before you tonight is a resolution to move forward with the lease of 16 new police vehicles. As I just mentioned, we ended up purchasing all of the prior vehicles because it was extending into the third year of that lease, and instead of paying a higher interest rate and then a higher rate on the vehicles themselves, we made that purchase and had the ability to do that with our general fund balance. What's included in your packet, I just want to bring to your attention, the total purchase of this, the way the accountants require us to track this, they show us assuming the full obligation. So this 1.1 million or so being the total value of the vehicles that we're assuming that obligation, but our annual payment on those is $181,000. And so for those first 2 years, we would be making those payments of $181,000, and then you can see in that third year of this loan structure, it jumps up to $264,000. And so that's part of the incentive for us to only keep them for 2 years. They can actually sell them at a higher value when we trade them in, and so after that third year, it goes down. So they're charging us more, is my understanding on that. So our intent is typically has been to keep those for just the 2 years. This is a resolution indicating that we're in agreement with the structure of the lease through Zions First National Bank, and Zions has helped us in the prior years with this. This is a budgeted line item. We had a placeholder in the budget, and we're close to what we estimated that. We'll amend that in October. Any other questions?
We're not placing anything down. Some leases, they'll allow you to put a down payment to lower the lease payment. We're not taking the sales proceeds from those previous trucks. This is full price, and the sale of the trucks, those proceeds will go towards.
Back towards the general fund.
Just back in the general fund.
Yeah, and the purchase is coming from the general fund, so we're.
Right, just
we're
offsetting that from a year
essentially-
ago.
yeah.
I remember that. Okay.
Do we sell those back, do we sell those to the dealer, or do we have to go through the public?
Our intent right now is to go through the publicsurplus.com. Yeah, and so we can post a minimum reserve amount, and if bids don't reach that, then we can keep it on there longer, so.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, certainly. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
I would make a motion that we approve resolution number 2023-15-R, approving the form of the equipment lease agreement with Zions First National Bank for police vehicles.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Powell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it is unanimous. All right. All right, moving on to item number 9. This is also a review and action regarding a sign ordinance. And we will welcome our Mike Florence.
All right, give me 1 second to pull something up real quick. Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. So this evening, Doug Smith Kia has made an application for a sign code amendment. They received a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission. The application is to allow pole signs in the Planned Commercial 1 zone. So currently, we only allow pole signs in what we call our travel influence district, and that is, this is an example of that travel influence district. You take the center line of I-15, you go out 500 feet, and then you can have those businesses with frontage along I-15 can have a sign, a pole sign along the freeway there. So the planned commercial zone, we just have one area for that. Sorry, this is being slow. So that planned commercial zone is here. You've got the tire retail businesses down here, Home Depot, and then Murdoch Hyundai, Lexus. And then this map is not up to date, but we rezoned this a while back to planned commercial 1 for this property here. And so the proposal is to allow pole signs in this planned commercial zone. What we did was include a height maximum of 35 feet. In the travel influence zone, you can go 25 feet above the freeway. We did not allow that in this situation. Let me go back to the proposed sign. Let's see. Sorry, let me get down to it. So this is the sign that Doug Smith Kia would like to install. Jerry Seiner Kia has a very similar sign along I-15 in South Jordan, I think it is. And this sign would be this sign is taller, the Jerry Seiner, than what the Doug Smith Kia is looking at, which is this one here at 35 feet. So with that, what the language of the ordinance says is that in the PC1 zone, signs are limited to 35 feet in height from the base of the sign and not to exceed 250 square feet of display area. All other requirements of this section for pole signs are applicable. And so the sign that Doug Smith Kia is proposing is 152 square feet. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Dave Smith is also here from Doug Smith Kia and would be happy to answer any questions as well.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Dave, how are things coming along?
Good. We're not fast enough. We always want to go faster, but we're going up and things are happening.
Drove by the other day. I think it looks great. This gets you what you need. This is kind of, we've got a vested interest. We want to see you be successful. We want to be a good teammate.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, Mike's been very helpful in trying to help us out. This obviously we love as big a sign as we can get, but having a sign there that we think could get some visibility both from the freeway and down the street if you're entering that area, be very beneficial in helping our business.
Very cool. Mike, any unintended consequences you or the planning commission pointed out? Anything could bite us on this?
Not that we can tell, it's very limited. Many of the businesses, because they have freeway frontage, like Discount Tire, the Lexus dealership, Hyundai dealership, they already have pole signs along I-15. And
So this makes it a little bit more par for the other auto dealerships for visibility.
yes.
And it's helpful also just because that property is a little bit set back, doesn't necessarily have the I-15 front door location, but you'll get some little better visibility. Okay, any other questions?
Very comfortable.
Okay.
Any other council member comments? Then I'll make a motion, Mayor. I'd like to move to approve ordinance 2023-12-0 as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it carries. You have a new sign. Thank you so much. We're excited to have you in the community. Anything else?
We think we'll be, we're hoping for spring, May-ish. Wonderful. Our hope.
Great.
So,
It's gonna look
if you
nice.
see our general contractor, you can put pressure on.
Give him a nudge.
All right,
And
very
thank you,
good.
Mike. Great presentation and information in the packet.
It was really
Very
well done.
helpful, very concise, right to the point. Thank you.
Questions?
All right, that takes us now to item number 10 on the agenda. This is also a review and action regarding a setback ordinance amendment. So we'll have Mike go ahead and take us to that next item in the packet.
Will be with us shortly. They're dotting i's and crossing t's, it
That's
sounds like.
right. Looks like the staff are conferring for a minute here, so,
Yeah,
okay.
These should have been public hearings on the agenda.
Oh,
So
Okay, let's go
if we can
back,
o-
then
If we can
redo
go
them.
back and open that
Okay,
one
let's
up
go
as a public
back
hearing
to,
and then-
item number 8,
The
well,
sign
not,
ordinance?
just the sign ordinance, not the lease.
All of these next 4 or 5 ordinance amendments are public hearings.
we
Okay,
can do that.
good.
I'll
Well,
make a
so
motion to
noted.
open the public hearing.
Okay, on item number 9, public hearing.
I'll
This is-
second.
Okay, this is the review and action item for the Kia sign ordinance amendment. So, all in favor, so we had let me just state for the record, so we had a motion by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery to open a public hearing for item number 9 on the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are now in a public hearing, so this is the opportunity for any of those in the room to make comments regarding this
Sway our
amendment.
decision that we already made.
All right. Okay.
Seeing none, I'll make a motion to close
Thank
the
you very
public
much.
hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by
on that one.
Councilmember Broderick to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, very good. And then,
I state that
council,
my
are we good
motion
just to go
still
forward on to
stands?
the next one?
It would be good just to redo that motion.
Redo them?
Repeat the order.
Would you like to redo the approval of the amendment again?
The approval.
Okay, very good. Well, so move.
I'll move to approve ordinance 2023-12-0 as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt again, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. You've now been approved twice. You are official.
Really getting that sign. Yeah.
3 times a
Two
term.
signs.
All right, do we need a motion for a public hearing? I'll make a motion to open a public hearing for item number 10, ordinance number 2023-18-0, setback ordinance amendment.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Powell to open a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are now officially ready to receive the information. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So this item this evening is an application from the Bodines. They live here at 44 North, 1200 East on this corner lot. The application before you is to reduce the corner side yard setback that is adjacent to the street from a 30-foot setback to a 25-foot setback. So in the R112 and R120 zones, we require a 20-foot or 30-foot front yard setback and a 30-foot street side yard setback. The reason this came to us is last December, move this over, the city approved an addition for another garage for the Bodines, and we received this site plan that showed a 30-foot setback. Planning department stamped the plans, building department reviewed them and released it. A few months later in February, the building inspector went out and we found that the architect, when he drew the plans, didn't draw it from the correct property line. And so the setback is actually 17 feet instead of 30 feet. We looked at a number of items. We looked to see if a variance was possible, which it wasn't because this was self-imposed. We looked at, okay, could we adjust where the property lines are, but we couldn't because the right-of-way needs to be maintained at a 50-foot right-of-way according to our city ordinance. And the property's been surveyed again to find out, if this 25-foot setback would work, which it would, from the new footings that have already been poured. And so that was kind of the last resort, was to petition the Planning Commission and City Council to see if they would be willing in the R112 zone only to reduce the side yard setback from 30 feet to 25 feet. We provided in your staff report a table that shows where all the different cities are with their setbacks. It's all over the place. It's anywhere from 30 feet to 15 feet, depending on the zone that you're in different municipalities. So this really is a legislative review by the council to see if you want to reduce that. The Planning Commission gave a positive recommendation to reduce that to 25 feet, but they also encouraged the council to look at whether it should be a smaller setback, whether it should be 20 feet. One of the ideas they discussed was if it's just the side of a home without a entry garage, should it be reduced to 20 feet? They were worried if you reduced it to 20 feet with a side open garage, that
The length of the vehicle.
the length of the vehicle would overhang. And so their recommendation was at 25 feet, but they also recommended the council review that whether it should be reduced further. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. I know the Bodines are here as well, that would be glad to answer any questions.
What does that give you in terms of your original proposal? Does that allow you to do what you originally proposed?
It's a much smaller garage, but a doable garage.
And maybe we should have them come
Let's
up
have the
here.
Bodines come to the table here up front. You on the microphone for the recording and also anyone watching online. Thank you so much.
And that they would, like they said, it would be a much smaller garage. They're willing to reduce that size of the garage as well, so.
How does that work with your footings already in place? Will you have to tear out some of your footings in order to do that?
We did pour the footings that came out and were inspected. You know, if they're here, we would just add another 16 inches on this side, so we'd be on center for what those footings look like. So we could still move forward and not remove the old footings.
And that's with the 25 that's proposed by the planning
25,
commission.
yeah, from-
20, you wouldn't have to tear out anything.
20, we'd probably go the other way. That would give us an extra 5 feet. That would be great. But we understand the proposal on, 20 if it's not a side load for the driveway. But, 25 would work.
Mike, didn't you say in the staff report, if I remember correctly, is this doesn't have far-reaching ramifications because there's only, 4 other properties?
Yeah,
3 or 4 other properties
yeah, I provided
in the
this
city that,
in your staff report.
yeah, that would even be affected by this, if at all.
That are vacant, but if somebody were to try to do an addition similar to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there are 171 corner lots in the R112 zone. There's 4 vacant lots left to be. And there's lots of lots that have larger than 30 feet that, could take advantage of this if they ever decide to do an addition to their home.
What would, if we were to say 20 feet would be okay, what would keep people from wanting to then pour a driveway or, and somehow make an access, with some sort of remodel on a garage? And then, is there something we attach to the deed that says they can't do that? Or, so that's what I wonder. If we go with a 20, with it, even if it's not a side loading garage, but somebody were to try to reconfigure the garage themselves, do a remodel of some kind, what would prevent that?
We would, typically you'll have to get a building permit for that, and so we would try and,
Deny that?
yes.
Okay, if they tried
Yeah.
to do a building,
Yeah,
if they did it legally?
Mhm. If you approve this, or if you want to go the 20 feet, we'd probably like you to continue it and let me bring you back some language with that, so you can
It's not that
review it.
I'm leaning that way, I just needed
Yeah.
to know what might happen
Yeah,
if we
people are
went
really
that
good
way.
about getting building permits for additions to their homes, and so we would catch that as it
Okay.
came in, or remind them that they need, about the distance width.
Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions or thoughts about this, going with what's before you here or reviewing for further consideration?
I would imagine you had a really nice conversation with your architect. Or was it a family member? Oh, good.
Surprisingly.
So they still are allowed to, yes.
Yeah.
I would hate to interfere with
And
Christmas.
this is somebody who had worked, with Lindon City before, so, we weren't measuring it on there. We were expecting it to fit all the parameters.
Okay.
So, when it got rejected after the fact, we'd already started digging on the approval with the stamp. But, we've worked now with Mike and Mary to make sure that the current architectural plans are within those boundaries.
So I'm imagining it was during the footings inspection when this was caught then. Thank you.
John, or do I say president? Clarification, point of clarification. You and I had a discussion. The way I understood it is that you thought the city may have double charged you. My understanding from visiting with staff was that it probably was the architect that double charged you. I think the city charged you for one permit application.
Mary knows that better than I do, but
We did pay 3, so the original one, we got the stamp and approval in January. We went ahead, we tore up the driveway, cleared out the shed, did all the digging, poured the footings. Gary came out, measured, said, no, I don't think this is right, let's go back and look, and that's where we said, okay, it's not right. Then they came back out and said, okay, we're gonna put a stake in the ground, measure from this stake, and then we said, put in another application, so 3,500 the first time, 3,500 the second time, and then started on that second one when it got approved, then 2 weeks later got halted again. And then this third time was just to do the other ordinance change, so it's the third application for 650. So
Okay, again, I'm a little confused. My understanding is, first of all, we don't charge $3,500 for I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm trying to, hopefully if there's some way we can
Sure.
help you see this. And I can't imagine we charged 3,500 3 times.
There was you guys did apply for a plat amendment, but we never pre-approved it, so you were never able to pay that fee. But a plat amendment is only, I don't know,
I think
$9.50, I think it is.
Mr. Bodine and I haven't had this discussion a whole lot. If we owe him something, we'll be glad to refund it. Let's sit down and go through that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we want to get in the weeds right now, but that's something I told you that I would check into, and if that's possible, you can get something back, that's great.
Well, Bodine's, with what's on before the council tonight, would that be satisfactory for you to move forward, or would you like, what are your wishes at this point? Would you want them to continue this and consider moving to 20 feet language? If the council's amenable to that, I don't know.
I guess the 20-foot language would be whether it's included with a side loading driveway, because that's what we have, right? So we understand the recommendation that would only be if you're just moving your house out. So the 25-foot recommendation from the property line, gets us what, maybe not as big as what we had originally hoped for, but a viable garage. So if that could get stamped tonight, we'd probably move forward with it.
You'd like to probably not delay further.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I appreciate your patience.
All right, council, any other question or comment for staff or Bodines? This is a public hearing as well, so I'd like to invite anyone in the audience if they have any comments or questions about this as well. Okay, hearing none. I'll bring it back to you,
here we go.
council. Oh, sorry, of course.
You want me there, you want me here?
Come on up to the microphone. State your name.
In Ingle, no, that's not. Lincoln Jacobs. So I'm one of those corner lots that's showing up in blue. And when I built my house, it was hard to try and get that corner lot offset to make the city happy. And personally, I would have been happier to have had a little bit more house there. We have a lot of outgoing council members. I'm curious more about your feelings about the aesthetics, about the safety. I would love to hear some of that feedback and thinking, because I would love to see 20, but that's selfish for when I want to sometime expand.
Well, I will answer that one as an outgoing council member. I personally would have to have a bigger reason to push it to 20. For the main reason is that we are still known for our extra elbow room in Lindon, and this is an area of town where, though it's R112, yes, R112, it's not the west side. So I wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that and create a different atmosphere in that area of town. So 25 would be the most I'd be willing to go. So the 20 is not something that'd be amenable unless the staff were to bring more information for me to consider at this point, so.
If 25 works and it truly is not cramping you to the point where you may say we'll go ahead and do it, but you'll hate it for the rest of your life. I mean, is it literally going to be okay? I mean, what does it do to you or for you?
Yeah, no, great question. We'll have to buy a smart car to fit in there, but no, it definitely works. Would we love 2 or 3 more feet? The idea was to get a 12-foot garage door. That's pretty standard. And because it's a side load there, we'll be coming in the driveway and then turning into the garage, to the left. So
Yeah.
having enough room to do that on a smaller garage door is hard to do. So would I love 20 feet? Absolutely. Right? We take that all day. Can we work with 25? Absolutely as well.
Yeah.
What size door are you going to be putting in?
So the 25-foot setback gives us about 14 and a half feet from the side of our home.
Okay,
Depending on what we can kind of fit there, it's probably a 10-foot door.
that's a good size door,
Yeah.
coming from the garage door industry in our family,
Okay.
so, yes.
But
That's a good size single-car garage. That'll give you a little bit of room inside, so.
Talking to Powell Doors, right here, expert,
yeah.
former.
We've been retired many years, but
Well,
we
as an
still
act-
have contact, so.
as an outgoing
Alright.
council member, I will say, I don't have an issue with 20 feet, especially given the possibility of that being across the board. Like, people aren't going to be flocking in saying, I want to build something now of 20 feet. So I'd be okay with 20.
All right, so in the interest of time, council members, really quickly, do we want to move on this action item now, or do you want to continue this for further discussion? Just obviously, the applicants here, the Bodines, have brought an interesting thing for consideration. I think we're going to be able to work with you in any event, but do we want to look at this as a broader application in the R12 zone for further discussion? That's the question.
I love Randy's comments. I agree. I do think because of how built out we are there, the minimal amount of unintended consequences we would have. I think I'm open to an R1 to a 20-foot setback in the R112, just based on the current build out. And so I'd be open to looking at that. I certainly think that if it was brought in a subsequent council meeting, that I would vote for that. However, I'm also comfortable moving forward right now with what's been proposed in order to get us where we need to be.
For the 20 feet, is it, Randy, or is it going to be just those homes that are expanding the home and not a side loading garage? Or would the side loading garage in your mind also be considered in that 20 feet?
Do you want the potential of it hanging over?
Yeah, I don't. I'd prefer it didn't, but I want to see some more information on it. I think I'm probably open to it.
Okay. We would be willing to wait for further discussion if it included the opportunity potentially for a side loading garage to have a 20-foot setback.
All right, I see we have another planning commissioner came forward. Do you have a comment, Scott?
Yes, we looked at this in great detail. The biggest thing for the side load garage was trucks nowadays. My truck is 22 feet long. And so to be able to sit there and allow a side loaded garage into that position what city liability is there for a kid who comes by on a skateboard and hits the tail end of the truck? Now, he's indicated he would go out and buy a smart car, but
Not very smart, by the way.
Yes.
But can we regulate that over time? So I think it's very important for us to do this. Part of the things we looked into is across the board, all the other cities around and what they have done. 20-30 on a side yard setback is the largest. And I think originally that was designed for Lindon or our larger lots, and it was just for a transition to the R112 zone. So the fact that they have a 1/3 acre lot, to give them an extra 5 feet to make their yard a little bit more usable, we thought was a reasonable approach, without, like Randy says, allowing it to build out completely. But there was some on the commission who are more familiar with the building, and they were open to the 20 foot without a side loaded garage. So that was our thinking there.
Having said what I've said, I'm like Jake, I'm prepared to vote on 25 feet if you're going to be comfortable and happy with that. If not, then we can look at it further, but.
Yeah. And we agree with the safety issue and what they're trying to accomplish there. So if we got the thumbs up, the ordinance approved for 25 feet on a side loading garage, we'd probably start digging again this week. So we'd be happy with that.
She wants a garage now.
She will be happy.
All right, council, hearing that, in the interest of time, let's try to come to a decision
Would you
here.
like the
Public hearing?
Yes, so, any further comment? All right, I'll entertain a
I make a
motion.
motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Powell to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, council, bringing it back to you.
I'll make a motion. Unless there's any other comments, Randy, you good? Okay, I'll move to approve ordinance 2023-18-0 as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? It's unanimous. You have a garage to dig.
Thanks for your patience. Let's work with Mike on
Good
that
luck.
fee and figure out where we need to be there.
Perfect.
All
Thanks,
right,
Ian.
thank you so much.
Voting.
What you've done looks spectacular.
All right, next we have item number 11. This is also a public hearing, I understand, for an ordinance zone, to make a zone change. The applicant is Mark Weldon. And so I'd entertain a motion to open
Make
the
a
public hearing.
motion to open a public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hoyt. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are now in a public hearing, and we'll turn this over to our planner, Mary Barnes.
Thank you so much. First of all, the applicant is in attendance. Would you like to come up to the front, or you can wait till later? Yeah, sure. All right.
Dee Dee.
So this item addresses a zone map amendment application by Mark Weldon for the property located at 625 North, 2800 West. On August 22nd, 2023, a majority of planning commissioners did recommend approval for this application. Mark is our largest property owner here in Lindon City and has built many great looking buildings and helped to bring in many great users into the city as well. He is asking today to rezone this property with this star on it from CGA8 to mixed commercial. The reasoning behind this request is that Mark wants to build another office warehouse that would look and function similarly to the one just to the north. This one is called, to my understanding, Mountain Tech North 3, if that's correct. The proposed building would be Mountain Tech North 4. So the CGA8 zone, this orange area, does not currently permit warehouse. It does permit office, sorry. So the property would need to be rezoned to permit this Mountain Tech North 4 proposal. Let me pull up this. Is there a way to make it rotate counterclockwise? Don't want to give you guys a crick in your neck. Or maybe not. Anyways, we'll just use our imaginations. Okay, so here is the current, so this is Mountain Tech North 3, current building that is just to the north of the property. And then here is the subject property. Back in 2017, it was approved, this entire development was approved with these two retail buildings on the side here. The Planning Commission and City Council at that time did discuss the importance of commercial along this corridor, and the official site plan was stamped and approved by the engineers, but these two retail buildings were never built. Let me pull up Google Maps really quickly. So recently the applicant has approached Recently, the applicant has approached the city to ask for that new office warehouse building on the subject property, stating that the retail that was previously approved would never work in the area. Some listed reasons for that were the current commercial across the highway in PG and the influence that brings, bringing customers to that side. The proximity of this site to the Timpanogos Special Services District or the sewer plant, just to the southwest. Current tenants in the surrounding WICP buildings needing more space to expand. And then this is American Fork, this large vacant land right next to it. American Fork has zoned this area planned industrial, which would be the same kind of office warehouse product. So due to all those factors, the applicant, Mark, has said that retail is not going to work in this area. An important aspect to this zone change is the Vineyard Connector. This is a future arterial that is planned to start in Vineyard and then run through Lindon and American Fork, specifically to connect commuters to the larger area through Pioneer Expressway and that kind of thing. Construction on the final segment within Vineyard commenced last February, but the remaining segments of the connector through Lindon and American Fork are as yet unfunded. However, it is listed as needed within Phase 1 of MAG's transportation plan, and UDOT has said that they are actively working towards a solution. I'm sure our applicant will have more to say about that in a little bit. So with that in mind, the connector and the traffic it could bring to the area could interact closely with the potential commercial on this site. The subject property would be unique in its proximity to both I-15 and this future Vineyard Connector, while along 600 North, which is already a heavily used road. So there could be a great opportunity for that to interact with the traffic from both of these major corridors on either side and also within Lindon. So the general plan designation for this property is, here it is flex commercial, and that general plan states that the flex commercial setting is to provide a wide range of commercial, retail, office, wholesale, and service uses. Currently, this area has only really seen office, wholesale, and more warehouse uses. So it is true that keeping this property commercial would preserve that vision of a wider range of commercial retail and services. So like mentioned before, if this zone change is approved, the applicant would move forward with applying for a site plan application with the Planning Commission for the Mountain Tech North 4. And while this isn't a part of the zone change really, it does have a little bit of bearing, so I'm gonna just go over some of the issues that we've seen so far with the concept site plan. So this is the concept site plan, as you can see right here, that's Mountain Tech North 3, and this is number 4, currently showing all warehouse, 4 truck bays on the southwest corner, and 94 stalls. So for both of these buildings, they are required to have 335 stalls. When North 3 was approved, it was approved with less stalls on the property with the intent that this, property, the subject property, which has been a parking lot, is going to provide those extra parking stalls. So putting this new building would eliminate the required stalls for the property to the, sorry, it's very complicated, the property to the north, but it would also take up, it just wouldn't meet the required parking standards for our code at this time. So like I said, the parking code would require 335 stalls minimum for both of these buildings, and the applicant is proposing a total of 232 stalls for both buildings, which is about 103 less parking stalls. So a parking reduction would be needed, or some type of shared parking agreement with the neighboring buildings, Mountain Tech North 1 and 2. But there, this potential zone change, there's no guarantee that this parking reduction would work or that a shared parking agreement would work. It just shows that although this concept plan, if this goes through, there's going to be a lot more discussion that staff is going to have with the applicant to try and make sure that parking fits on the parcel and it meets our code. In the August 22nd, 2023 meeting, a majority of the Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council for this zone change. They stated that the building, let me show you the renderings as well. Here we are. So this is, down here in this corner, southwest would be facing the Vineyard Connector, and then southeast would be, along 600 north. So really what most commuters would see. So the Planning Commission stated that a building matching the surrounding buildings would be a good fit for the area, and it would be strange to put commercial amongst all of the existing industrial in the area. However, only 6 of all 7 commissioners recommended approval, and the one commissioner that voted against that recommendation stated that a retail commercial use was previously promised in 2017, and while there's not a lot going on with the Vineyard Connector at this time, the future will bring new opportunities to the area, and do we really want to close out those opportunities? In conclusion, this zone change request does need to be evaluated carefully. Retail commercial buildings were previously approved, but they were never built. And while retail may not be huge, it may not be booming at the moment, it is possible that this future Vineyard Connector could have an impact on the traffic and demand from I-15 to the Vineyard Connector through that little corridor. Approving this zone change, like I said, could mean possibly losing any commercial potential for the area. And if this zone change is approved, I will just say that staff has made the recommendation that this southwest rendering, and Planning Commission also brought this up, that this southwest rendering could maybe, have a little bit more of a commercial look to it because it would be facing Vineyard Connector. Maybe the bays could be moved, something to make it a little bit more inviting when the Vineyard Connector does go through. So it is true that Mark always will provide a great product. We've seen that, like 15 times? I think I counted 15 buildings. But anyways, they look great, they work great, they bring great users into the community, but it's really a question of what do we see there? How are we going to meet the future? How is that corner of Lindon going to help the city at large? Any questions? And if you have any other comments, then that'd be great.
All right, council, any further questions for Mary?
Great presentation, Mary.
Thank you.
All right, it is a public hearing, and I'll invite our applicant, and I assume this is your counsel? Mr. Sumption, welcome. All right, anything you'd like to add to what was presented thus far?
First, I'd like to say we love her accent. Isn't it great?
Thank you.
It's so pleasant. As you know, WICP has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in your community. And if we had more land, we would continue to do that, but we unfortunately don't have any more land in Lindon. Thousands of jobs and some really great tenants enjoy coming to our properties and our campus. So we take pride in an active property management approach. We're not people that develop properties and just sell them. We're building them as legacy type properties. So nobody cares more about the properties than we do. And we have the pleasure and the pain of paying a little over $2 million a year in property tax. So say that 10 times tonight in the mirror before you go to bed. It's a lot of money, and somehow the county thinks we should just increase that number 10% every year, because that's what's happening. It hurts us. Now, we all know COVID really has changed the planet. It's unfortunately changed our demographic. So with the office space that we have, we continue to get notifications where tenants just are not going to renew. Unfortunately, the beautiful $25 million Log Me In, GoToMeeting building that now is sublet to Crumble, they informed us on Friday, hey, we're not going to renew. So we had the 2-story building right next to it that used to be Open Edge Global Payments, and we moved them to the 5-story building, as you know. So in those 2 buildings, and behind the North Mountain Tech 3 building, we have 720 unused parking spaces. So that's a bad thing. But the good thing is I'm going to put solar parking over all of them and have EV charging stations that'll give you retail and give you some retail dollars. So that's coming very soon. So that would be retail dollars. We have tried, and I want to correct the statement. We never said we would put retail. We said we will try to put retail restaurants there. And man, did we try. We really tried. So there was a lot of pushback. The brokerage community had just never delivered. So for that reason, we just weren't going, we pre-lease. Before we build, we pre-lease. So that's very unfortunate. But our plan to put this office, so-called office warehouse, it's not an office. It will never be an office. It's a warehouse. So we already have half of it leased to Elite Turf. So Elite Turf is in one of our buildings. They were our charitable organization that we selected maybe a year and a half ago. We gave them free rent for a year so they could get their business going. And now the positive karma of that, they committed on Friday to take half of this building. So they're going to take the half to the west where the truck courts are. And that rendering is accurate, but not totally accurate. So we will have a screen wall on both sides so that it's a similar wall that we provide to the building to the north. So when you're looking from the old Open Edge building or the Crumble building, and you look to the northwest, you see a screen wall. So that screen wall will actually be on both sides so that we can protect the view from one of our favorite tenants, Infinity, which is to the southwest. So that's to the northwest, but if you keep going down, if you were looking to where that corner, the famous UDOT corner right there, that's where UDOT promised a traffic light 4 years ago, and it was funded. And they said, Mr. Weldon, if you prepare the road to the north, west, and to the southeast, I should say northeast, southeast, we'll have the money to put the traffic light in. So I'm still holding my breath. They promised to put that traffic light in. And everyone knows, and I've copied some of you, that we're lobbying with UDOT. They won't get back to us on when they're putting that in. Now, that was funded 4 years ago. So my overall comment about the interconnector, it's not gonna happen. We'll all be dead before that happens. Because they don't have the funding. They have not won the eminent domain. We tried to sell them our property and do the right thing and put it in. They wouldn't. And then we did a land swap deal with them, and then they went back on that. I think everybody knows the history of this. So we are of the record now offering to donate money for the light, to pester them to put the light in, but still they won't get back to us. So we would do the right thing. We'll screen wall so our friends from Go Health that just spent $45 million on that 5-story office building, so when they look to the north, they won't see truck courts. And then, so Infinity is looking from the north to the south, they're not gonna see a truck court either. So that leaves us to Elite Turf. They're going to have a commercial component in there, and some of it will be retail, and some of it will be walk-in. Now, the primary focus on their business is wholesale, as well as networking with some builders. So they could have a component for both, but they'll be moving from essentially 11,000 feet in one of our buildings to 30,000 feet. It'll be a big step for them. The other side leaves us to possibly what we had talked about before is our indoor tennis, pickleball, recreation that our existing tenants will really be able to benefit from. And so many of our tenants basically love our outdoor pickleball courts that we put in. They're begging for indoor ones. And our idea was we'll provide a very deep discount for them, for those tenants, employees that work in the office. For those that work from home, they don't get to use it. So that will be our vision of the second 30,000 feet. So the overflow parking of 720 stalls, okay, and that building to the north, there's 110 stalls behind that building that we're not showing. It's behind, that nobody uses. So we are overparked. Now, I might add that I've had thousands of extra parking spaces on our properties that are not used, from Lindon Tech 1, Lindon Tech 2, Lindon Tech 3, Mountain Tech 3, Mountain Tech 4, Mountain Tech 6, Mountain Tech 7. We are going to look at EV stations everywhere to monetize that, which could give a component of retail and some revenue to the city. And they will be solar funded. They will be solar based with the new battery technology. So we're in the middle of negotiations for those. So you know, in conclusion, if we are approved, this building will look like an office building. It will have the landscape of an office building. It will have the window and curb appeal of an office building, so that it does not detract from the existing 2 office buildings. The future of those office buildings are really in doubt. We don't know what's going to happen. So we're reaching out to try to lease our office buildings that were single tenant office buildings to multiple tenant startup companies, small companies, to create
Incubator.
trainer system,
Yeah.
right? And then maybe those folks grow and then move into a bigger building. I might add also, our awnings are not shown on that. That will replicate some of our other office warehouse spaces.
All right. Very good. Council. Any other questions or comments? This is a public hearing, so,
May I just?
yes.
Council, my name's Delana. I work with Mark Weldon at WICP, and I just wanted to go on record to say that one of the biggest pushbacks that we're receiving to the idea of launching retail on that corner is the odor from the Timpanogos Special Service District. We're in the middle of a 2-week odor study right now, and the feedback from my tenants is that that's part of the reason that they are not renewing their leases, is because that odor cannot be contained. And we are aware that they're on a path that's gonna take 2 to 3 years to complete that, but it's really been a deterrent. I mean, personally, I don't wanna walk out of a restaurant or from shopping, you know, and just be accosted by the smell of sewer. So that's been another obstacle in bringing retail to that. So if that's something that the council's considering about that little corner with the retail, that's another reason that we feel it won't work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, council. Had a lot of information put before you and comment. What are your thoughts?
I have I guess, high concerns about the parking. I understand that they have adjacent parking, but as somebody who is physically challenged, having parking within a certain amount of beyond feet was beyond my reach of being acceptable to me. And so I have to go to the concern that as what we do as a city is, I deem that appropriate. So I do have my two biggest concerns are the parking and then the location of those truck bays. And I understand how you choose to, you're planning to mediate that. Those are my two biggest concerns for this at this time, so.
Thank
I will
you,
share that with
Councilmember
council.
Powell. All right, so before us tonight is the first step, which would be a zone change in particular. What are your thoughts, council, on the zone change itself? Making this, changing it from commercial to mixed commercial and the underlying allowances and changes in.
Right, and I realize that my concerns are ahead of the game here. I'm putting the cart before the horse. But I know that in allowing that, then it makes these other things possible. So
Right.
that's where my concern is.
Absolutely.
So.
I have a couple comments. First, had the opportunity to come down to your facility and play pickleball last Friday with the mayor and Van. Incredible. Thank you so much for hosting us. And you've built some beautiful buildings. I appreciate that. As a city council member, you've done a great job. It's a beautiful facility. I love what you've done down there. And it's been really great. You mentioned your property taxes. Unfortunately, we only get about 10% of that, 10.86. And we have not raised it once since you've built a building. I checked. So we can commiserate with you. The county and the district sure seems to raise it every single time, don't they? Okay, question for Mary and Mike. What is, in your opinions, the Vineyard Connector timeline? I think that's a very key piece of this. What's your thoughts?
Do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I mean,
And it's opinion, and it's crystal ball. I understand that. I won't hold you to it, but I'd love your opinion. I know you're connected there.
yeah, I mean, probably 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we talked about it, but, it is currently, like Mary said, it's been extended through Vineyard. We haven't spoken to UDOT about any timing on that recently.
And I would imagine it's going to be in conjunction with somewhat with the huge Utah City initiative that's happening there in Vineyard and I know Vineyard has often gotten some of these big projects like a track station front runner to kind of they get their very squeaky wheel. And that's a very, very big project that they're doing there. Millions of square feet and housing units. Huntsman Cancer Institute is already committed to go in there.
When I look at this, I just want us to be careful and make the right decision. We almost lost the Kia dealership because of rezoning some property for office warehouse. And so I just want to, this could be the right decision, but I just want us to be careful and evaluate all of our requirements for this.
Thank you, Mike. Scott, were you at the planning commission meeting? This is still an open session.
Unfortunately, I was not. I'm relying on just the report. I've read that.
Okay.
And so I was out of town, unfortunately, so I don't.
It's okay.
Can't give you any other feedback of what was discussed.
I worry about the opportunity cost. Let me tell you a real quick experience that the mayor and I had. We met with an executive vice president of retail at ICSC, who represents probably the biggest grocer in Utah, if not one of the biggest. And we sat down with him and said, come to 700 North Corridor, which we said to so many people that weekend. And he said, we're really interested in Lindon, but not on 700 North Corridor. And I'm like, where are you thinking then? Where else would you be thinking about that? And he said, out here, out where the Vineyard Connector is going to come through. That's going to be a major retail. That's where we have interest. And it shocked me. I almost thought he was joking. I'm like, that's where kind of we have this industrial kind of office area. It really shocked me that that's what he was considering, because frankly, I hadn't considered that as a retail hub. We've often said that 700 North is our very last chance for a retail hub of any sort. But as you see that Vineyard Connector, see what it could be, and especially this piece, potentially, I mean, you see what's gone on across the street. And so I do have some hesitancy. I really see both sides here, because I do appreciate all that Mark's done there, and I've had the opportunity to be in several of those buildings over the last 6 months. It's a great campus. The whole thing is very classy, both sides of that street. I do think if there's any piece that could be retail, it's that piece right there. Several uses that off the top of the head, that I think could work, and I appreciate your efforts in trying to bring forward some retail to that spot. That's where I am roughly.
Can I comment?
Yeah, please. Open session.
So if you get the sewer fixed next week and you get the Vineyard Connector next week, I'll put 10 million in retail there. The Vineyard Connector is not going in. They have to fight a lot of eminent domain. That'll take them 5 to 7 years if they were to start today. They're not going to put that in anytime soon. They don't even have the new engineering study that's there. They couldn't even execute on the land swap deal with us. So for that reason, that's never, we've given up. And we don't want to build another office there, because there's plenty of office that is just vacant. There's just so much office. So the sewer, where we are developing, we have made a commitment to Payson of $150 million going into Payson. And right next to us is a beautiful sewer plant, an electric plant, right? And we're 250 yards off the highway there. So we have already 2 buildings that will be finished by the end of November. So they've already started their $80 million sewer renovation. Alls we have is excuses. This is an open sewer, so the sewage is open air. They know what they need to do. They haven't done it, and now they're making excuses that the land's not buildable. So I don't see them fixing that sewer plant anytime soon. And if I'll be the first to donate if you get a special volunteer committee to bird dog the sewer plant, because it's a huge
detriment.
impact. Not only is the smell bad, but human waste is open to insects and bugs and birds and what have you. We probably have one of the only open sewers in the whole West. And it's like 2023. It's ridiculous.
Well, and it's not even Lindon sewage, right? Which
No.
is even more unfortunate.
No, but, you know, people from American Fork,
Sure.
people from Orem, people from Lehigh, they know it's a problem. It really becomes a problem at certain times and certain days. So it changes. Of course, the winds have something to do with it, and the way they're processing has something to do with it. But they were on the record of having a plan to fix this. And now they're making excuses. So our staff has been down there to go over it with them and find out what's happening and when. We have so many tenants that are complaining. We've provided charcoal filters and donated money to our tenants so that they're able to deal with it. You know, we have a lot of manufacturing tenants, and they have good manufacturing practice. They have to be FDA compliant, and it's just not healthy. We were told a long time ago that they would fix this, and it just hasn't been done. You know, so for those reasons, it's really hard to justify retail. Now, what happens there now is, like during COVID-19, we volunteered, we gave the property, they paid the insurance, but they had a COVID-19 traffic jam there every day for people to get shots. So we did our good deed to let people in the community use that, and it worked out great for them. I think the people that facilitated that made an awful lot of money. We covered all the expenses, and we were paid back for insurance. So now, it's used for, and we can't control it, it's used for very few of our tenants. Our tenants have tremendous parking. If you zoomed in and you look behind it, we have all those parking spaces back there that aren't used. And the parking for the brand new building, we have 94 spaces. 94 spaces, ma'am. So half of the building will be used by Elite Turf that has 11 employees. So if they're getting half of 94, 47 approximately, they have 11 employees. We'll leave area for handicap, of course. We'll leave area for essentially, if they have a retail store, of course. But we'll have tons, and then you can just see all the parking that's vacant. Like, look at it. That's the vacant parking that we have there. So I know what your ordinance says, but unfortunately the ordinance should be re-investigated. So here's the big thing. Here was our niche before COVID. Extra power, extra parking. We have 7-to-1 parking in those office buildings. 7-to-1. Most developers, when they build office buildings in the United States, and especially here in Utah, it's 4-to-1. We have 7-to-1 parking. 7-to-1, say that 10 times tonight. So we have so much parking. Parking's not going to be our problem. And if it was, I'd build a parking deck, just like we did for Mountain Tech 3. So our parking deck for Mountain Tech 3, you know how much parking we have there?
A lot.
Yeah, we have just a tremendous amount of parking there, absolutely a tremendous amount. The Global Payments people said, hey, let's take half the second floor and turn it into 25 pickleball courts. I said, renew the lease and make a long commitment to the community, and we'll do that. So as far as parking, man, do we have parking? As far as taking a fly on retail, man, it's really, really tough. So the interconnector, as you see it goes through our building there, Mountain Tech 4. Well, why they'll lose an eminent domain battle with us is that we're on the record and we have maybe 50 emails to UDOT, come buy our property, come buy our property, please buy our property. So I'm old, I set them up. They have to win an eminent domain fight. They'll never win it. It's never coming through there. Even if they wanted it to come through there, it can't, because all of the shallow assets that we have in the road, we have the UDOT, or I should say the Utah freshwater, conservation freshwater pipe. We have the sewage pipe. We have the gas line pipe. So what they really need to do, and I started to help them with the engineering with this, I said, you need to make a flyover. You know, we'll give you flyover rights, but you can't block and steal the road from the city of Lindon. The city of Lindon needs that road. How will doTERRA get there? You know, and unless we're having the I guess you would call it, access roads on the side of 15, which they talked about doing. And they had some really nice committee meetings. People came to visit us maybe 2 years ago on that. So if you know what access roads are like in Texas, they work very well. So the point is, I think we're way away from UDOT. If we ask them to make a hard commitment now, it'll be within the next 10 years, you know, I think it would be very hard to get that commitment from them. Especially we can't even get the traffic light that day. So the traffic light is child's pet play in terms of cost, right? It's nothing. We can't get the traffic light or an answer. So for us to make a decision as a community based on what could happen for a road 10 years from now, Mike says it's 10 years from now, I'd love us to get a written statement and guarantee when it would be.
So thank you for your comments, Mark. Well noted. I just have a quick TSSD. So I've been out there with our Public Works Director, Juan Guerrero, twice, and we have had meetings with them. They are on a 4-year plan right now to mitigate the smells and getting the financing. It's a multi-million-dollar project process. So they are aware of it, and we're hoping that can move along quicker than even 4 years, hopefully, for them to get that down. But I think within 2 years, they said that they'll have significant reduction is what we understand at this point. And then in regards to the Vineyard Connector, there already is clearing and prep work happening right now in the city of Vineyard from 8th North. They're already preparing a $15 million phase of that roadway. And if you go to UDOT website there, and I have seen the work in person, you know, the connection there of 16th North, they're working on that right now. So this Utah City announcement that's happening, I think the Vineyard Connector is going to organically, you know, they have the 800 North out to Vineyard City proper, and then it's going to work on the next $15 million phase is what it looks like to 16th North, and then I think from there it's just going to kind of continue north towards American Forks. So you're right, it's a little bit of a crystal ball when it's exactly going to intersect with Lindon. And that's frustrating, and we are with you in that frustration as well. We would like to see a better communication. We would like to see better commitment from them to do that corridor preservation and show they're serious and not leave private property owners like you hanging out to dry, so to speak.
We all tried to help
Right.
them.
Right.
I think we're all on the record from Mike and I and all, Adam, everybody tried to help them and work with them. And they kind of turned their back on us. So, great, if they're up for doing it, wonderful. How about living up to the promises they did make in writing?
Right. Okay. Well, that said, Mike, you had a comment.
Yeah, I had two thoughts. One is, I tend, Jake mentioned opportunity cost. Well, there certainly are some opportunity costs for the city if we don't change the zone, or if we do change the zone, pardon me. But there's also opportunity cost for Mr. Weldon. If indeed that property sits there for 8-10 years, and he's not able to get retail there, I think that's a pretty severe burden on him in terms of opportunity cost from his end. That thought comes to mind. I'd love to see it go retail. That would be my first preference. But again, we know the way the market is now. I think we have to rely pretty heavily on the brokers. They know the market. They know who is and who isn't doing what. That may change, hopefully. But again, if that changes in 5 years, 7 years, 3 years, there's still a lot of opportunity cost associated with Mr. Weldon just sitting on that property. That's one thought. Now, I'm kind of going to go the opposite side on the parking. I'm kind of like with Randy. I don't like really robbing from Peter to give to Paul. Right now, yes, there are ample parking spaces if they're shared. But by the same token, because we don't know what's going to happen, what happens if the building to the north all of a sudden rents up and you've got a huge tenant in there? I mean, there's a possibility that that parking will ultimately be needed. Right now, you're saying, we've got plenty. We do right now, but we don't know, again, we don't have a crystal ball, but we don't know in the future whether or not that's going to be needed or not. Now, if there was something that could be done that would satisfy both the planning commission and the council in terms of that parking, shared parking, joint agreements or whatever, that would go with the property. Because I know you said you're not looking to sell, but if someone came in and made you a screaming offer for that property to the north, my sense is that you would probably entertain that offer at least. And
We would not.
well,
There's two kids back there, look at them. You see them?
and fine-looking kids they are. Yeah.
It's their future. We're not sellers. If we ran out of parking, we build a parking deck.
Did you do that? Did you voluntarily build the parking deck, or did the city ask you to build it?
Well, we voluntarily, so most offices are 4 to 1, 4.5 to 1. So per 1,000, that would be 4.5, maybe 5. We're 7 to 1, so we'll never run out of parking to the north to use. But if we did, we would simply build a parking deck. The facts are that we have so much extra parking everywhere. So it's a blessing and it's a curse. So if you have it, it's always an asset. So now we're going to monetize some of that parking with these EV charging stations that are solar, if this technology comes through, which will be great. And it'll be a benefit to Lindon for retail sales tax.
But I would like to see on the parking, I'm sure staff can work this out, I would like to see something that would stay with the property regardless of what happens. If it is sold, you say it won't be, I'd have to take your word for that, but who knows in the future. I just want to make sure that there's ample parking for whoever goes into those buildings, and that it's shared parking, so they have mutual ingress, egress, and that the parking, that's my biggest concern right now. The other issue is, how big is that piece? I'm sorry, I should know that. How big is the piece that you're looking at?
Well, we can get about 60,000 feet, approximately round numbers, of building on it by still maintaining landscape and still maintaining civil for drainage and still maintaining 94 parking spots.
Yeah.
So when you talk about a 60,000 feet, who is the parking for? The question is. So if we don't have enough parking, who pays the penalty is me. Tenants won't pay the rent. Tenants will use a reason to break a lease. So we have to give people parking, and that's one of our strengths. If you visited our campuses, we've always had great ease of parking, ease of getting into the building. So the parking is very, very important. It's just now with the office building, this segment is changed.
Right.
So even, and if we got a huge tenant to come in, that's 460 spots. We have them. That would be great. That would be wonderful. We have a tenant that's there now, and the whole building is leased, the 4-story building, right? And it's leased for another 3 years. However, on Fridays, Crumble doesn't work on Fridays. So guess how much parking we have there?
But again, Crumble may not be there.
We have 1,150
Forever.
stalls there on
Right.
Fridays.
I understand.
I can appreciate the parking discussion. and
Yeah,
I
let
would
me
think
just
you so much.
finish by saying, if we can meet the intent and the spirit of the law with parking that staff can work out, that wouldn't be a deal killer for me, if that makes sense. The other thought too is, finally, is I don't know personally, my sense is that you're not gonna get a huge big box or a huge retailer on that particular piece right there. So I don't know if onesie twosies on retail is really going to make that much difference, given the fact that we do have other areas where there's retail. I mean, retail for retail's sake is, to me, it's got to be the right type of retail, and I just don't know if that piece is the right place for that. I'm just being honest, so.
Well, going back in history, the interchange, that was our half of the interchange that we divided with PG, and it was supposed to be,
Yeah.
it was all commercial originally, and we've made changes to that over time,
Yeah.
obviously. So my question for you, Mr. Weldon, is obviously we're experiencing cycles. You're experiencing a cycle. Office was hot, couldn't build it fast enough, couldn't, not enough space, and now office is softening, and warehouse is still strong. But there could come a time that warehouse softens. So how do you, I mean, obviously you're a brilliant businessman and your team. How do you build resilience to those potential sectors softening? Do you look at some point you're oversaturated? Do you want to provide a building maybe that, is there a way for this building to have some flexibility that it could be utilized? It's going to have that commercial look that we wanted originally for the zone. You do a great job with what you have, but it could also have that opportunity to be converted to retail uses, because in my opinion, I think when Utah City comes through and the Vineyard Connector comes through, this is going to be, we will see more commercial things happening on the Vineyard Connector corridor. And we want to have a good, you as a owner and us as a city, we want to have a good mix of uses and variety of uses so that we have that resilience.
A very, very good question, thank you. So, first, I'll state that the market is very weak and getting worse, and we have a tsunami of a disaster heading our way, a wave, and that's the change in interest rates, plus you measure the rate of change of interest rates. So in the last year, we've had 4.5% approximately increase in interest rates. So the resets for people with a lot of debt is going to be a total disaster. So warehouse has already softened quite a bit. Warehouse is soft. No matter, they tell you it isn't, they're lying to you. It's soft. There's 30 million feet of new warehouse in Florida that is unrented. Okay, and these big 1,000,000-foot boxes. Just drive to Spanish Fork and look around, and you'll see. So for those that got into that game late, now we've been in it for 35 years, so as well as having other businesses, the way we will survive is in our debt structure, we are only leveraged to about 28%. So the buildings that are paid for pay for the other ones. This building, so if we knew the truth of what's happening, I don't need one parking place there because they're all existing tenants that are going to use that. So, and will they keep their other space, and how many tenants in the campus? So for instance, half of that building is going to be used as a teaser to put recreation facilities in. And maybe we have some component to the public. We'll see what the capacity would be. But if we're able to parlay that pickleball tournament that we had some 68 teams or 80 teams that came, right, with all our tenants, some tenants said, hey, can you do this every week? Can you do this every other week? Can you, I'm like, well, approve our leases, stay longer in these office buildings, and maybe we'll look at once a month, or maybe we'll build an indoor facility. So if we're able to almost take half of that building, that 30,000 feet, and turn it into multi-purpose. Now, it doesn't mean we can't put grease traps, we can't build it that we might be able to rent out. But if you interviewed 70% of all Pleasant Grove's retail food, they're not doing well. They continue to build, maybe it's for depreciation. They continue to build office that's vacant, but go interview the owners of that space. So we've done a lot of work to bring retail. Okay, so half of the new things that we lease with our own staff, not with the brokerage community. So those people in Pleasant Grove for retail restaurants, they are not doing well. And there's a lot of options now. So one thing that would have helped us that we asked for over and over was the light from UDOT. Just put the light in, because people can get in if they're coming from the east, and they simply make the right turn in, they can get in. But to get out, they can't get out, all right? And unless they drive back through our parking lot, come down, make a left, go to the west, and then make a U-turn. So that traffic light from UDOT would have made a great option. It's hard to put retail, our retail was for our retail food for the office people. Now, Steve and I had a very interesting meeting last week, and we have maybe a restaurant group that wants to put a restaurant in the bottom floor of Global Payments, okay? We also, when the Go Health building was built, they built a restaurant cafeteria in there, and that was going to be also a retail component. However, their business is it's kind of failed. So our retail presence for food wasn't really for the public. It could be, but we were counting on our own internal campus to support those tenants. Now that office is really fallen off, it's very confusing of what will happen. So a lot of places in the country are turning these office buildings into condominiums or apartments. It's happening at a rapid pace. Now, it's older buildings, so for us, we're scared, but we plan to pay off our industrial. Our industrial will pay for the other stuff, keep our debt low. We're, Connor, that's back here with a very short young man's haircut. Okay, you can see him back. He's 80 calls a day to bringing in small starter businesses that we plan on putting in the Atento building and the building that we office out of. So if we get 30 of those and half are successful, they'll move into our other buildings and we'll incentivize them. Now, we've done that before in some of our industrial. So that's how we're going to compete, and that's our plan.
All right.
To some, and be responsive to the council's opportunity cost issue and the flexibility that this space was designed for, subject to this one space. I think what I've noticed with WICP in 15 buildings here is an ability to, not just a desire to respond to market demands, but an ability to respond and adapt very effectively. That will be a rare, in my experience, I represent very few companies that have the ability to do what Mark has done and do it quickly. And the trust and confidence of building a parking deck when it wasn't required, to building a pickleball court because the market demanded or the opportunity was there. I think you'll see a tremendous responsiveness, and we would hope that council would allow for the amendment and allow for maximum flexibility to allow WICP to continue to flourish and provide quality jobs for this community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sumption. Any other public comment? Okay, if not, are we ready to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close this public hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Powell has so moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
We bring it back to you, council. Any further comment in regards to this proposal before you?
I appreciate the thoughts and concerns that have been presented. I'm very comfortable with this going forward.
All right, any thoughts in regards to the type of building that was presented tonight as the frontage look and feel for this? We obviously have a couple points staff would have to work out with the applicant should the zone change occur.
Well, I think Mr. Sumption made the point that Mr. Weldon can adapt, and I'm sure you can give us something that would satisfy our desire to at least have a retail look without spending, too much money. And I like the possibilities that if things changed, that could be, there's some spots in there that could be converted into retail. If that's the case, then I'm fine with it too. I'm ready to vote.
You've never let us down before on the look, the aesthetic, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very pleased with what you've done on your other buildings.
If you're ready, I'll make a motion, and the council can decide. I move to approve ordinance 2023-15-0 to amend the Lindon City zoning map from commercial general AG CJA8 to mixed commercial MC at 625 North, 2800 West, with the parcel number as noted.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Oh, boy.
Special opportunity for you, Mayor.
There you
If I
go.
could, for the record, for my nay, I've always been okay with slower growth for the right thing. This was all zoned commercial. We've pieced it out to where this is almost the last piece that's zoned commercial out there. I still think with the Vineyard Connector, with potential for the sewer plant to play a little nicer in the sandbox, I do think that this still is a prime retail possibilities within the next 10 years, and I think we lose that opportunity. For the record, I'm much less concerned about the parking. I have no concerns about the parking. I think you've done an ample job out there, but strictly for the retail potential is where my nay comes from.
All right,
I'll
thank you.
quantify my nay as far as very similar to Jake's. I love your products. I've been in many of your buildings down there. You do a beautiful job. Thank you for what you've contributed to our community. I am one of those, I feel strongly about my position here is to be not short-sighted and to look way to the future, not just to the relevant future, but maybe even past beyond my lifetime into my grandchildren's lifetimes. That the possibility of this being an important corner along the Vineyard Connector, which I do believe will go through before my lifetime is up, that I believe that the need for us to be able to preserve a commercial component, which again, this whole section had been and it was pieced off. I would like to hold steady to where this zone is currently.
All right, thank you, council members.
Thank you, Mayor.
For all of your comments. My comment is, again, I've served in a public capacity for the past 11 years and been involved in several general plan works with the city. And looking at this area and what the original intent was, obviously things pivot, things evolve. And so there has been accommodations, and we appreciate what you brought, Mr. Weldon, to our community. You've brought many buildings, many warehouses that bring a significant component to the community, and you do them with quality, and you look after them, and you bring great companies in. I do have, looking at the general plan and the intent of the general plan, this would completely rezone, this piece to another warehouse. And so looking at, like what I mentioned earlier, how can we have this corner have a way that it looks like there's other opportunities to pivot to potentially in the market so that we're not just so heavy on warehouses. And you're a creative person. Your team is creative, you guys. And so I'm just curious if there would be a way to give us something that we're looking for in that frontage so that this says, yes, Lindon is here in this space, to also have a commercial component, not just warehouses in this area of our community.
Would Lindon be willing to pay? I mean, the property taxes are $42,000 a year for a parking lot that people use as a commuter lot. I can't keep them out right now.
Right.
So it's 42 grand.
Well,
It's
what I'm
$3,800 a
speaking
month.
to is the commercials, the commercial design. So our commercial zones have a little bit different design standard, as you're well aware, for that reason. And so what I'm curious is, and maybe this is a question for staff, is there room for something that would have maybe a little bit more of the commercial design look and feel on that frontage there that's going to be potentially strategic with conditional use or in the back? I don't know where we're going with this, but.
So that, if you change it to mixed commercial, the building that Mr. Weldon is proposing meets those design standards, the mixed commercial design standards. And in fact, well, yeah, I'm just gonna stop there. It does meet those, so. If you wanted a higher design standard, mixed commercial zone may not be the right zone. Maybe it needs to be the regional commercial or something. I don't know, but you can see what's been built on the regional commercial as well for office warehouse.
All right, and then a sports use, like he's mentioning as a possibility with the other half, would be a use allowed currently in commercial as well, is it not?
I can check that very quickly. Excuse me. Like an indoor tennis, right?
Pickleball, tennis, the sports.
Council, one suggestion would be you make your, well, it's to you, Mayor Lundberg, that you could vote in favor subject to the staff reviewing and fulfilling the adjustment to meet a commercial look. That would seem appropriate to give that authority to them to the extent so that it doesn't delay the process. That would be an option, I would think.
I would have to confer with our council on that, if that would be something.
I'm a little concerned with imposing a condition on a zone change on establishing a minimum standard without more information and what's in there, just on, because if you change this zone, that minimum, you'd have to come up with a different zone. If you approve this, you can't say, condition that this one spot is treated different than every other area in the zone. You see where that problem arises? And so to do that tonight would be problematic.
So it's a yay or nay?
All right, Mary, were you able to find the sports use?
Yes, so it's a private tennis court would be permitted in the mixed commercial zone. Looks like, I mean, there's quite a few different sports uses here.
As well as commercial?
Just
Yeah,
plain
like
commercial.
The current zone that it is now, is it allowed in the current zone?
right now, it's conditional.
The conditional?
Yeah,
okay.
conditional use.
But it's not negated?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not, it is permitted conditionally.
So auto's allowed in this one.
Yeah. Here, I'll pull up.
The A8, it's not CG. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing to consider is when we look at Mr. Price's
Yep.
development. And
Sorry, who's Mr. Price?
Mr. Price owns the American Fork property just
Mm-hmm.
to the west. We may be looking at the back of a warehouse. That whole area has 490,000 feet in Sector 1 and another 490,000 feet in Sector 2. So there's a Army Corps of Engineer issue that they've been trying to resolve for many years there. But we may be looking at truck wells right across the way. And we have no say in how American Fork makes those buildings. They may not give as much consideration as we have to make their warehouses don't have the amount of windows our warehouses have. I can tell you that. Their family's been very, very successful. One of the largest mall developers in the history of the US. And they own probably 10 million feet in Utah alone. They've done so well. But there's no guarantees how they're going to develop that piece of property that's there. So that's one of the considerations when we talk to the brokerage community about putting in industrial. And everybody knows everybody in the state here for commercial real estate. And they know what's going in next door. So for those reasons, we've had to be very, very conservative. If we got a denial, I just simply like the letter, then I can take it to Utah County and not pay property tax on that lot anymore. And I'm happy just to leave it there forever, and it'll never be commercial. I'm never building commercial there, and I'm never selling it. So we can just,
Although I have no doubt that if a miracle happens and commercial does turn around, retail commercial, you would be the first to jump on it with both feet and
No,
make
I
it
won't.
work.
I won't, and here's why. I can't sell out the rest of that development. Especially if you look to the west, if you look to the north, if it's heavy-duty commercial like what's happened in Pleasant Grove, try driving through those lots, right? Okay, how will that impact the warehouse people? Infinity is there, great people. Streamline, also great people there. So I have to be very sensitive to their needs as well. So I just can't.
But would they not want retail there?
No, they don't want retail there. They wanted just retail food for their small. They want it, but they don't. You understand? So we have to be careful what we wish for them. So I can't impact those tenants that have been there for now going on 5 to 6 years. I have to be sensitive to their needs.
Okay.
They made commitments long ago to us.
All right. With this being as adjacent to I-15 as it is, would you not agree that there is visibility potentially there, and the traffic count, though, potentially does lend to having some other market forces potentially be interested in the site down the road?
It's possible, but the other things have to take place. If the interconnector was there, and depending on how they build it and what the speed of the ramp is, and if people can even make a turn, because it's unclear how they'll develop it. So if the interconnector comes in, it might be a very big negative, because there's not a plan. So you can see how it kind of comes, that's not their latest plan, but you know, we don't know if there's going to be a light there, or if it's just gonna feed through and be contiguous. So if it does, then we're bypassed, and we never get the benefit. So it just depends on how that develops, depends on what happens with the sewer. And we're so far out that some of our tenants have said, will you please put a building there? If not, we're leaving. We need to go somewhere else, we're out of space. So this was kind of an overflow to accommodate our existing client base. And that's really, so just to give you an idea, if we build a building today, the only reason to build a building today is for depreciation. It's not that we're gonna make any money. The cost of building versus what we can get in rent, we make more money doing nothing than doing it. There's no money to be made today, okay, with the cost of money, the interest rates and so on. So that's past us now. If we get interest rates back down and inflation is turned back around, but it's a very difficult market. So for us, it just, we see that we feed the community that uses our lot, and they use it as a commuter lot. And sometimes they use it as a police traffic accident lot, you know, and then we get the oils from the trucks and the roads and leaking. And then we have to deal with that type of situation. It's not so great for us. Mm-hmm. We built it originally because when the 4-story building had 7 to 1, and at one time they had 9 to 1 people in there. They were really in there. Okay, so it was nice for overflow for them. And if they had special events and so on. That's all past. That doesn't exist anymore. That's gone. And especially the people that we're leasing to, they're not using it for 7 to 1 parking.
Understood.
So the market has kind of shifted. You know,
So what is your motivation then to do this right now if you're saying there's no money to be made?
Taking care of existing clients' needs. We, you know, so there's some 15 clients, 8, 9 clients on this side of the highway and the west side that would use it as overflow storage, that can use it for something. So It's for capacity and insurance to take care of their needs, really. That's what we would be doing. So where Elite Turf said, man, we would like half of that right now. They're on a 5-year lease, they're in year 1, now they're out of space. So we're trying to accommodate. That would be a nice accommodation for them. If half of this could be used for pickleball to entice tenants and create a pickleball community for global payments and get more and more people coming to the office instead of working from home and phoning it in, if we can entice them and run recreational programs for them, maybe we get them to, instead of leasing out another floor, make a longer commitment to us. So those were some of the, and maybe a little restaurant type situation could be put in the front of that. So those were some of the things we were playing around with, perhaps.
Very good. Well, thank you. Quick question for staff. Regional commercial, what would be, you mentioned, Mike, that would be a different.
No, I mean, it is a little bit higher design standard, but it's, and you can see what Mr. Weldon, the office warehouses he built in that zone, so they're very similar to what he is proposing.
What the regional commercial might require.
Yeah, not a lot higher, but it is a little bit higher than the mixed commercial.
Are you saying the purple is regional commercial?
Yes.
That is regional.
Uh-huh. So like the doTERRA and Mountain Tech South buildings.
I need to, I did not anticipate that, that I would, Mr. Sumption, that I would need to disclose, because I'm normally not a voting member of a move, but since this has come to pass that there's a tie, I just need to disclose that Mr. Sumption and I have a prior relationship. He was a tenant of our family, his law office. We were the landlords of his former law offices. And I just need to confer with my counsel, does that create, we no longer currently have that relationship?
There's no business relationship.
Okay, just need to disclose.
Just declaring any potential resolution, conflict is sufficient.
All right.
Under the code, so.
All right, very good.
And I don't think I owe you any
I was
past.
gonna say, did you pay all your rent? That's the real question.
That's right. All right, just want to be transparent there. I feel like this is, I want to first say to you, Mr. Weldon, I appreciate you tremendously, and I think what you've brought to Lindon is fantastic. The relationship that we have ongoing, I hope it can stay incredibly positive. I see this, I'm looking at this with the long game, and I recognize you have opportunity costs. We have opportunity costs as well, but we've had examples in our community where zone changes were requested in certain places that seemed like there was no activity forthcoming, and then we were careful to consider those, but then a future opportunity did come that really was what fit with the general plan, what fit with a better land use that was a benefit. And I do have a concern about this portion of Lindon just kind of having kind of a saturation of a certain use and look and feel, and so that we have that resilience in the different cycles and fluctuations of the economy. I very much appreciate that you're looking to create a ramp of space for the clients that you've brought into the city, so that there's not attrition of them going to other communities. I guess what my primary concern is this current elevation that you provided. It just looks and feels too much like more warehouse to me. And I'm not necessarily opposed to some sort of use that's ancillary or out of sight that gives that flexibility of warehouse to a client, but I am concerned that this has those, we have commercial design standards for a reason, and this eliminates maybe those a little bit more commercial design standards, changing the zone. And also just having the flexibility within that building to potentially entertain and have the opportunity to pivot when those retail offerings can be had. I do believe that the Vineyard Connector is going to provide some additional opportunities, again, looking long range, that we cannot yet foresee. I do believe that it is going to be coming sooner than later. We have the extreme population growth. We are the #1 economy state compared to other states. Not saying that we can't be impacted by a cycle or a downturn or what's, potential recessionary influences, but I would like to see that we have that whatever building comes here still has that opportunity to be used commercially for the original intent of the commercial zone that it is currently. We already gave up quite a few other parcels that were supposed to be commercial and accommodated that. Not complaining what you brought, it's wonderful. So my question for you is, would there be a path to potentially partner together on this corner and just, would there be a way to find a way that we can have a win-win here? Are you hearing what I'm saying, where you can maybe still have elite turf, be able to move in there, but we're not just going to have another, you said this is purely warehouse right now. Is there a way to make this building potentially have a fit in the way it looks and feels?
So one of the conversations I had earlier today is, as the technology is changing for these EV stations, so they have this solar technology that you don't need to plug into the grid to get the fast superchargers out there. So it's a 30-minute cycle time for them to pull in and charge. So the people need a place to go while they're waiting their 30 minutes. So it could be a cafe.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a
Something daily needs that people,
right.
right.
What else? What else could it be? It could be a coffee shop. It could be a massage MV. It could be who knows? Anything that
Right.
takes.
And I like how forward-thinking you are in bringing a technology to bear.
So could that be on one side of that? And could, you have some very talented people over here on your staff. Mike is one of them. Could we turbocharge that look? That was put together in about 3 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Could we turn that into a great look? But the problem still is driving anybody from retail to come in. So traditional retail has died because of.
Well, it's changed. It's evolving. It's not dead. I disagree with that statement, but it's evolving, and maybe the mass of it, that the mass and scale has evolved.
But is there specialty retail?
Okay.
Yeah, so could that be built where if somebody were to come in and take, could we bifurcate it so that you could have 3 or 4 options? We could, but then we would have to kind of do what Mike was saying, is steal some of that parking, which we have no problem getting, have a pathway across that would be egress friendly. So that could be done, but it's gonna just take a little
more time to
back
maybe.
to the drawing board.
Okay. Because I'm very much in favor of a lot, and I don't have an issue personally. I won't have a vote potentially the next time, obviously, because I only break ties. My personal opinion is, I agree, there is an extreme abundance of parking, and maybe we look at in this two-way, discussion, working with you in some way in the parking ratio as well.
We probably make more money just turning it into solar EV charging station, never put anything there. I make more money walking away and just doing that. But you probably lose a tenant or two in Lindon because they're out of space. So
Okay.
there's
And what I'm suggesting is, and I see my staff looking at me, and so staff, is what I'm describing something that could become a reality where we have somewhat of a hybrid here? Am I reaching into something that's just too complicated and too onerous, or is there a possibility? I want to look at our planning director here.
Yeah, we would have to do a development agreement because, because this is allowed, I mean, under the mixed commercial.
Under the mixed
zone,
commercial.
anything above that, we need some type of agreement.
What I'm hearing from you, Mr. Weldon, is you could be open to that.
I could, so if you knew how most of these retail buildings are built in Pleasant Grove, they're not concrete, Mike, right? They're a wood roof. They're not built to a very high standard. They look nice from the outside, but if you saw how they're built on the
And
inside.
you like to do quality, which I appreciate. So. Yeah.
We're building something to an earthquake spec. So we're building, all our buildings are to a 6.5 earthquake spec.
All right. Well, very good. Yes, Mr. Sumption.
In consultation with your city attorney, we have, I think it's fair to say, we propose to table this until 2 weeks from now to allow for presentation so you can see what thoughts here can be, and to generate something, a visual that the council.
And I can appreciate that, so you don't have to start the application process over again. Can I confer with my council? What would be the best way to then continue this, since we did have a motion
Yeah, we're
on
still
the
in
table?
motion, so that motion would need to be denied.
Okay,
And
but
then we could make a motion to table this with the direction to have staff meet with Mr. Weldon to discuss potential development agreement and come back with that type of a presentation.
all right, very good.
Does it have to be denied, or could it?
Yeah, this motion has to be denied.
I'm not sure that this underlying zone is going to be the right answer for what we're talking about.
If we want to continue it, I mean, if the motion is approved, then the zone change is done.
It's entitled as is.
It's entitled as is.
So that's my concern.
with Approving the motion.
They're denying the motion, not denying the zone change request.
Right.
Design the motion.
Right.
So we can still have,
If this motion is
it's
denied.
just the motion, so we're still in progress. We could still,
Right.
we don't have to get you back to the beginning. That's what I would like to do.
If the motion is denied, well, we still need another motion of some kind
Well,
on
motion
this, because
fails,
nothing, yeah,
right?
the motion
Right.
fails, we have to have some type of a motion.
Right,
So-
and I would like to help this not have that obstacle for you. So for that reason, I will vote nay on the motion, so the motion fails, but I would love to entertain a new motion as stated.
So I move to continue ordinance 2023-15-0.
We have a
Is that the
motion.
correct
We
wording
have a
for that then?
Okay.
Okay, I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
See you in a couple weeks.
Okay. All right, and I would like to call a quick 5-minute recess so people may use the restroom and get a drink of water.
We never, I'm like existential crisis. Me and Ben aren't on the same page.
There's just great arguments.
And that's the thing, like, had we gone that way, I'm laughing, did I get it? Yeah, it's hard. I'm curious if you answered. You know what I mean? That's my thought, but.
Well, for me, I was, if I would have ran, it would have triggered
Oh, that's exactly what it was. Obviously, what she said.
So we come in and say, hey, you're talking about any changes over to more of the
mixed use, controlled growth, where do you fall? Okay.
And I've been seeing it.
Okay. And that's what I've heard about.
Because there's much more significant issues like this.
Yes, we can, right.
But on the general plan commission, I was one of the first ones that says, are we selling a little bit of country? That's not where we were. I mean, because we were 30 years ago.
Certain zones are.
You take them on, is that who we are today? Because we were.
You gotta be careful because oftentimes we go to, I survey what you're having, not important to you. Everybody says yes, but then you don't.
That's what you guys know, I did this
But would
special.
you mind having slight areas freeway? They don't follow the question, and then those same people who say, yes, it's important, say,
They are
we don't care. But they, so you can skew the survey to whatever you want it to be.
So this is one of the questions on my door here.
Well, you're gonna hear something, something that totally works. We put,
I think that was good. People behind them, swallow thousands of dollars. Nothing to do with the quality.
we're picking it up somehow. A little bit more density.
I'm gonna go get more dictionary.
It's an old fashioned, it's an old fashioned.
So we opened it up and came in and signed. But I don't know, but I've never seen him in this position, I didn't know he
Well, we need it, that's what's across.
They some way they rely on us to have a longer conversation.
My guess is under pressure,
All
he
the
may
different
have.
angles, like on that, you know, the sidewalk, you know, using that though, we took a lot of thought, we talked about that for an hour, and we came up with what it was, taking all the considerations, so that the council was, that's what we're appointed by the council, to sort of be there.
Yeah. I don't know if Google Earth is downloaded. Maybe, yeah, it isn't.
Asking for, just like they did tonight, they keep asking for a blanket, a zone change, which they can now put residential. Once we say yes to them, then we're going to stop nothing but apartments.
Okay.
So we have to say no.
Wood Street, right on the corner of the west.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's what
We just.
It's M Barnes, so MBARNES at lincolncity.org.
And that's all, that's why the council makes more money, they have a little bit more time invested, you know, we.
All right, we still have quite a few heavy agenda items before us to get through tonight. Yes, absolutely, welcome. Remind me. Okay. Council, I'd like to invite my council members to come back up to the rostrum and take their seats. All right, thanks everyone for that quick recess. Yes, have a cookie. Sugar rush. Okay. All right, we are now on item number 12 on the agenda. This is also review and action that requires a public hearing.
I make a motion to open a public hearing.
By Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Powell to open a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing. Thank you, Mary, to present the next
Thank
item.
you so much. All right, so this item is regarding a zone map amendment for 183 North State Street, specifically to add, and let me go to the surrounding areas map, there you are, specifically to add the senior housing facility overlay onto this parcel. On September 12th, 2023, so last Tuesday, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for this application. So if this zone change is approved, the intent would be for the applicant, which is Avalon Senior Living, or Mr. Craig Nelson, sitting here, to apply for a conditional use permit and site plan for a 3-story, 30-unit senior housing facility, which would be a phase 2 of the connecting Avalon apartments. The applicant currently owns that 90-unit existing Avalon apartments development. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual property first. Here it is. So here it is on the south side of the Heritage Trail. So staff has received many inquiries about this property over the past 2 years. My entire time working here, it's just been constant calls. A lot of people, obviously it's a great spot on State Street. You're right next to apartments. You have a trail right there. It seems like it would be great for commercial, but there's a lot of issues with this lot. First of all, it being the slope, and let me show you. I got this emailed to me just recently, as in like 2 minutes ago. Anyways, but as you can see, this lot slopes down quite a bit. It kind of bottoms out here and then raises a little, not too much though, to the trail right here. So there is quite a significant slope. Let me go back to the Google Maps and I'll do the street view. Okay, so here's that State Street elevation, and then it goes down to the same elevation as this parking lot down in the back. So this slope has made it, I mean, we've had DRC meetings, we've had many conversations, people coming in saying, can I build a strip mall here? Could I do a little restaurant? Can I build, a cafe? And they just can't make it pencil because of the slope. You'd have to bring in tons of fill. People want to be seen from State Street. That's how they're getting their customers to come in, right? And then, along with that, there's other issues that I could go over. There's these easements, trail easements and drainage easements on the sides. There would be issues with the, I'll go back to an aerial, with the setbacks from the, neighboring residential use, and then the landscaping that's required, as well as the parking, and then you have to, keep in mind the fire truck needs to be able to turn around in the parking lot. So there's quite a few configuration issues, is maybe how I would say that. We've gotten a lot of even more requests of things that aren't permitted there, so things like vault storage, storage yards. A lot of contractors have called me, landscaping contractors have called me asking if they can store their stuff here. Oh no, it's perfect. No one can see it from State Street, but that comes into the question. Of course, it's not permitted, but also there's all these people, living right to the south of that. They don't want to see that. And while it's not permitted, I just want to kind of highlight how commercial developers seem to see this piece developed is something that we don't want it to be seen as. Does that make sense? While we want it to be, with the CG zoning, it would be preferably something like retail, restaurant, but it seems like the only thing that commercial developers can see there is something that doesn't need that line of sight, so like a storage yard or storage, and that's just not something that's going to work out. That's not something we want on State Street, right? So, moving forward to, and I'll quickly mention as well, we do have 2 other developments on this stretch of State Street that have had to deal with the same kind of issues with the same kind of lots. So for example, Oz Development, this new office down here that's currently being built, they were able to build within the hole. They just dropped their lot down, even further to fit the building on there, but they were able to do that because they don't have an access to State Street. They don't have to make room for that. They already have an access through the Premier Family Medical, so they can use all of that State Street frontage as like a facade, for their facade, I should say. And then the other example is Fizz right here across the street over here. They had to, backfill the entire lot, and there's massive retaining walls there now. And it's just a good example of, while it is possible, it is a large cost, and how many commercial developers would be willing to pay that. On to let me come back to the staff report. On to the question at hand. A project like the extension of Avalon Apartments could make sense for this property because it would have two accesses. I will say that this new vehicular access that's right here would most likely be moved down to where this dumpster would be, and that dumpster would have to be moved somewhere else. We talked about it last time in Planning Commission to make sure there's enough room. We don't want an access so close to a State Street access, essentially. So this access and we don't want to get rid of these parking stalls right here. So this access would be moved down to here. Anyways, so a project like this extension would kind of mitigate a lot of those issues that other commercial developers have seen. I mean, they don't need to preserve a setback, with the residential, because they are residential. They don't need to put in extra, an extra landscaping buffer because there's residential. And then most of all, they don't need that line of sight from State Street. They can kind of build within this whole area. Whole as in HOLE, by the way. Anyways, but while that being said, it is completely possible that a commercial developer could develop the property at some point. I'm just letting you know that over many conversations, many people coming into the office, DRC meetings, everything, we've just heard time and time again, well, we can't develop this because of what you said. We can't develop this because of the setbacks, the landscaping, the fill, whatever it may be. We've just heard it a lot. That's all I'm trying to kind of say there. So moving forward, Lindon City Code 1775-20 states that any application to amend the overlay area, senior housing facility overlay, must include a concept plan and preliminary renderings of the proposed building. And if that project changes significantly beyond the concept plan, after the zone change is approved, the Planning Commission has the authority to refuse to grant the conditional use permit. So with that in mind, I did a quick analysis in the staff report of the concept plan and the renderings that have been provided, with keeping in mind that what is shown here tonight, if this is approved, when they go to Planning Commission, they aren't able to significantly change it anymore. So currently, the proposed building and site would meet the acreage, setback, fencing, parking, density, height, and dwelling unit size requirements. Since the Planning Commission meeting, staff has talked to a former resident of the existing Avalon Apartments, and she stated that while the parking was great for the actual residents, the visitor parking got a little bit tricky. There just didn't feel like there was ever enough stalls. So that's something that staff would have to closely work with the developers on. We already are aware of that issue, so that's something that we can kind of get ahead of before any other approvals, are given with a site plan or conditional use permit.
I think we'd want to evaluate that parking. There's 34 stalls, and there would be 4 visitor stalls for those 30 residents, which meets our ordinance, but it seems low.
Yeah.
I thought it said 6 in the staff report.
Is there 6?
I think.
Okay.
That might help a little bit.
Might help a little bit, yeah. Like definitely that access road, that further reduces the already parking issues if it goes in where it's currently planned, because that reduces another 2 additional stalls. So parking's, I think, definitely a big concern. We were getting complaints when I first started here also of vehicles on, is it 250 West? That, you know, a lot of
behind.
people park there, they go in the gate, or moving trucks go in, you know, park outside the gate there and stuff. So that is something we definitely need to consider as part of this review.
Definitely. All right. I'll just quickly go through the remaining things on that site plan. The landscaping, currently percentage would meet the requirements pending an actual landscaping plan, of course. And then the renderings. So the applicant just provided the renderings of the existing buildings, which are 4-story buildings. It would match the existing 4-story buildings, which do meet the commercial design standards, minus 1 story, of course, and quite a few less apartments. And I'm sure you're aware, but this property it's required to have a deed restriction to ensure that only 55 plus residents are permitted to live there, and no one under the age of 18. So, all right, let's come back to general plan. All right, so the general plan does mention the importance of having housing options for Lindon residents, specifically with different life cycle needs, but only where it is compatible and where there are adequate transitional buffers. Let me come to the Google Maps, so it's just easier. So for buffers, they do have the Heritage Trail running here, along the edge of the property, and they are required to have a 6-foot side obscuring fence. So, anyone walking on the trail won't be able to get into the property, or I'm sure you provide, I guess, like an access for the residents to the trail, but no one, no strangers could get in. So that's a good buffer. And then also, the building would be partially blocked by this existing Avalon building, so that single family home, the closest one, the building would be blocked by this Avalon building, ensuring that that person living there won't have, I don't know if they care about this, but, they wouldn't have to see that building. They would just be seeing the existing building. There wouldn't be an impact, is what I'm saying. And also it does help that this property, let me come to the staff report and show you the actual zoning. This property doesn't actually touch any single-family residential zones. It would only access State Street, like I said, and then the existing Avalon property. And with that being said, that also means that it would be compatible with the existing Avalon apartments that are right there, whereas, maybe a commercial use wouldn't be as compatible, maybe. This project could also help to meet some implementation measures in the general plan, including preserving existing neighborhoods and establishing new ones that are aligned with the existing patterns and uses that have been established over time. So that would be the Avalon apartments to the south. And then also to continue to evaluate areas for and consider a wide mix of mixed density residential. Those are another 2 of those implementation measures. However, according to the survey that was conducted by a general plan consultants, only 9% of those survey respondents stated that they would support more senior housing options in the city. So there's that to keep in mind as well. So during the Planning Commission meeting on last Tuesday, the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval for the zone change. However, there was considerable discussion. I'll come back to this site plan. All right, awesome. Some of the main concerns were losing the opportunity for commercial on that parcel, the density, and the danger of accessing State Street. Of course, with accessing State Street, that's anyone's gamble with death these days. So there's not much the applicant can do about that one. With the opportunity, losing the opportunity for commercial, that is very possible. As I've stated, staff has received feedback from commercial developers that developing on this property, developing a commercial business on this property wouldn't work. So it really depends, you know, on if something would happen in the future. And then with the density, the zone currently states that 30 units are permitted per acre as long as there's full-time on-site management and sufficient common areas. So this second phase would, you know, share that full-time on-site management with the existing phase, and it would provide new common areas for these new residents. So in conclusion, this parcel, this parcel is currently zoned for commercial use and buildings. However, through talks with possible developers, it's been said again and again that that's going to be a very difficult use to justify. Is it really feasible to buy that lot with all of the requirements that are connected to it? An extension of the Avalon Apartments could make the most sense for this property because it does not need that line of sight from State Street, and adding more senior units could provide additional life cycle senior housing options for Lindon residents, both future and existing Lindon residents. And if approved, the applicant would apply for a site plan and conditional use permit approval with the Planning Commission to ensure all these requirements are fully met, you know, and it would look like what you've seen here tonight. Any questions for me or the applicant?
Great job.
Thank you, Mary. Very thorough. I apologize. Your name?
Craig Nielsen.
Mr. Nielsen?
Craig Nielsen, this is Curtis Minor, this is Linnell Ferguson.
Your architect, I'm assuming, and then is this your
Linnell
management?
actually is here. I invited her to come to represent the interests of the residents that live there. She works with them 40 hours a week.
Oh, wonderful.
And can very well represent their interests.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I just have a quick question for staff. So it has been noted, I've been there to those units and visited people that I know. It has been a common, in my experience, that there's not a proper way for people to, when they're moving in or moving out, to bring in a truck, have pod, besides the visitor parking. That has been a little bit challenging. Is that something that you're aware of, or feedback from those that live there?
Yeah, what we've ended up doing is,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but have we opened the public hearing?
Yes, we did.
Okay, I had stepped down, I just.
Thank you
wanted
for
to make sure.
checking.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I apologize for interruption.
You may wish to pull that microphone close to you.
Yes.
what we've done through the years, I've been there over 7 years at Avalon. And we've just had to learn to adjust. And so what we have our residents do is when they pull in, I always let them know, you know, bring in your truck or trailer, whatever you're gonna use to move in your belongings. And you're gonna park behind people in the covered carport, but be mindful of those who are coming and going. And with some courtesy, everybody has to move in and some move out. And it has worked for all these years that we've been there. It's
All
been
right.
fine. Yeah, we haven't had any issues.
Thank you. And my question for staff is, the current Avalon as it is today, what was the approved units per acre in the existing?
Yeah, so they're approved at 90 units, sorry, not 90 units, they're approved at 30 units per acre, and they are on 3 acres, right? So they have 45 units per building.
And then this application would be same?
So this parcel, I should have gone over that, but it's an acre, it's acre 0.3, I think, or 0.3. And there would be 30 units here as well. And again, that 30 units is only permitted when there's that on-site management of Linnell, did you say that was your name? Linnell, and then common areas for people to enjoy. So they, both inside and outside, I should say.
And my final question for staff is, with these being one-bedroom units, would it hit the target of our moderate income housing efforts that we are required to do with the state year over year?
So we can definitely report on it, but it's not one of our 5 goals.
Strategies,
to implement.
yeah.
Okay, very good. And I'll turn it over to council.
the on-site staff, is this a new person, or you planning to have one person that does both facilities?
The existing management will just absorb that. And you want to speak to that capacity?
Yeah, it's myself, and we have a maintenance supervisor as well.
Full-time.
Yeah, he's there full-time as well. And with the extra homes that would be coming available, we would have a part-time person as well.
What's the transition gonna be like as far as pedestrian from the existing one over to the new one? Is there gonna be like
Connectivity between.
Yeah, the connection between the two buildings?
So if you go to the site plan, you'll see a sidewalk that connects across that drive. Yeah, there's a site plan that connects across that drive. That'll probably be refined as we go forward and make sure that we've got a nice pedestrian path between the two. But the idea is that the pedestrian route can go all the way to the public sidewalk, come onto both properties, and then both properties would be interconnected so that they can share common amenities outside and inside.
Some of those residents, I've chatted with them, they do use the path currently, especially to access the bus when across the street. So just having that walkability and that connectivity would be, I know they would really love that.
Well, Mayor, I can attest to the fact that I've been in a number of DRC meetings where people have come in and wanted to develop that property, but once they see the
Topography.
the hurdles, the topography, the associated cost, and if they don't bring in enough fill to be seen from State Street, they're so low that they can't be seen from State Street. So for a commercial or a retail business, it doesn't appear to be feasible.
With this proposed site plan, I'm just curious if you got feedback from residents about any particular amenities they would like to see, and if you've thought of adding any of those.
We haven't actually gone to them and let them know that we were working on this. But I have my opinion. What's actually worked best on we've discussed this multiple times. And what is amazing is their love for the gardening plots that are outside. I mean, those are, they could use more of those. And so most likely that would be what we would put on the new Avalon over there. And then on the inside, well, first of all, they would have access to the amenities that are over at the existing Avalon. There's no reason not to give that to them. And then most likely it would, I'm not sure, family room or the theater room is.
We have 2 fitness rooms, and there's never a line. Nobody's knocking each other out to get in there, but they have it, and they have 2 family rooms, 2 library game rooms. They have a lot of amenities, but their favorite, it is the outdoor garden area, because we have peach trees. They can just pick those fruits. We have pear trees. They just pick them. And they love getting outside and playing in the dirt. So that is their favorite amenity, although we have a lot of other things. And we have theater rooms for them.
2 theater rooms as well.
We have 2 of everything.
Well, I'd like to say that I remember when the senior housing facilities overlay came into play, and you were the second applicants that came in from. And it was a wonderful thing that this particular one went in. I love the way you've done it. I've just so appreciate you being in Lindon. Now, I am not a fan of losing commercial. I think I made it pretty clear in the last agenda item. But that particular property is too unique to accommodate, in my opinion, and any commercial entity. Now, while the survey showed only 6% wanted more additional, 9% only wanted more additional senior housing. I would kind of agree with that, but not in this case because it's adjacent to a current established one with a very difficult property next to it, and your project would fit beautifully on that and be able to have access. To me, it's a total win-win. I think our community benefits from it, our seniors, our senior population, and those trying to find a good place to live I'm just 100%. The only thing I do have issues with, and I will say this again, I said it last time, is parking. Anytime we have a density situation, there's always guest parking situations that never are met. So wherever you can squeeze that in, if this goes forward, I would highly suggest that. And then I'm gonna kind of hit a key here that I think is residents with our mayor, is that and not that it's your responsibility, but I would love to see somehow for UDOT or any community members to make sure that we have a bus pavilion there for the seniors, so that there is a place for them to sit under shelter.
UTA
for the
quarterly
UTA.
about that.
Right there in that area where that bus stop is, if any way through our city, and as those who are acquiring that parcel, if we can put pressure to put an actual pavilion of structure out there for the residents,
Absolutely.
would be a high priority for me. I deal with seniors all the time, and I think that it would be very accommodating for them and helpful.
Absolutely. And to second Councilmember Powell, and she's so thoughtful of that demographic, and I bug UTA regularly because there's residents there who have reached out to me that have special needs, blindness, walkers, and they don't even have a stop at all, but the bus drivers accommodate them and pick them up anyway, and they sometimes are out in all kinds of weather. So UTA is aware, reminder for this quarter to go bang that. Maybe I need to get a letter from the whole council and staff
be happy
to
to
start
help
being
with
a
that.
squeakier wheel. I love the idea that you're going to be doing one-bedroom units, which is a different kind of housing product for those that want to have something a little more affordable. For me personally, now I don't have a vote.
You don't know that.
Well, that's true. We're missing a council member here, so we have an even number of voters. I am just not convinced that the parking has been adequate in the current facility to not impact the residents that live there, the visitors, as well as residents in the neighborhood behind. I would like to see a little bit more parking come into the equation. So 30 units, I'm not sure if 30 units is the right target for me personally, maybe shaving off a little. But overall, I think this is a good fit, instead of having a commercial, trying to force a commercial into that hole. So
As the project goes forward, assuming the overlay happens, there are always some adjustments that are made as we're working through the site plan and kind of letting the building kind of settle. If we can find additional parking stalls, we're happy to do that. But we have met the ordinance. So we just want to make sure that we're being clear about the obligation to meet the ordinance, but with the understanding that we're more than happy to find additional parking.
And
stalls
this
if we
was a
can.
new ordinance for the city, so sometimes we learn as we go when we create a new overlay. And so that's just I feel what I've heard from residents that live there and that are affected by it, that's been something they wish was a little bit better.
And Mayor,
So,
go ahead. I was going to say, and to that point, Mayor, is that if there had been a separate entity that wanted to come and tried to put a facility someplace else, that would be something for me. I would want to have revisited that particular ordinance to increase the stalls. So that's when the mayor talks about we have to sometimes revisit it when it's a new ordinance. That's where our learning curve comes in.
So we did a car count, and Linnell did a car count. There's actually 90 cars presently in the existing 90 units, so averaging out one a unit. And that doesn't mean that everyone has a car. There may be a few that are two, but one a unit. And there are 108. I know that staff had down 105 or 6.
105.
Yeah, there's 108 parking stalls existing. So there are, quite a few extra there, but I'm not taking away from the issue at all. Because the reason there are that many is because we went in later to help address that and added those that are on the top right, expanded that half moon circle that is,
Right here.
yeah.
So would you say that puts you over the count that the zone requires currently? The overlay?
Zone is 1-to-1,
Okay.
so one parking stall per
Very-
one unit.
Okay,
So
well,
we would
thank
be-
you then.
It's actually
So-
1.1
1.1.
per
Yeah.
parking, yeah.
So
Very good. So maybe that has been mitigated far better
And
by
it's
adding
been
those.
much less of an issue since we added that you do have visitors on Saturdays possibly that for whatever reason are parking down on 270 or whatever. But
Coming through the fence.
it's much better at this point.
Does United Way come in and do some pickups for transporting seniors to different locations and with their services? I mean, do you have those kind of things?
Yeah, Utah Transit does
Okay.
have a special program. However, Lindon is such a tiny city, but that's what I love about it. It's a tiny town, and that's what my residents love about it as well. They will only come on Thursday, but they require our residents to call them a day ahead, and they will take them to the grocery store or to a doctor's appointment. But but there's other options because the senior center also has the senior companion program where it's free for them, and they will link seniors together, and the volunteer can take them to grocery stores or to run errands, and that costs them nothing.
Okay.
And so the UTA, some of my residents will give like a little tip to the driver, but the senior companion, they cannot accept any tips, and so they are just volunteering their time to do that. But we're in a great location because people will just walk over to Premier Family Medical, or they'll walk over to Tailored Drug, and Tailored Drug Pharmacy, they will walk over and deliver it to all of my residents
Right.
if they're not feeling well. They'll just bring it to
They're
them.
fabulous, Taylor.
Yeah, so we have a great little spot right there.
Okay.
All right, this is the public hearing. Any other comments? Yes.
Yeah, Scott Thompson, Planning Commission, just give me my input on it. I was very supportive of this for a couple reasons. I know in the city of Lindon, we're very concerned about density, and density is, and my biggest concern about density is is providing police services, fire, and all those things, as school district as well. The one thing that's unique about this particular one is it is density, but it's 55 plus density. When you add into the component, it's 1-bedroom apartments only, unlike the rest of Avalon, which would allow a grandchild or somebody up over 18 to be in with them. This is just a single 1-bedroom apartment. So this is most likely just a husband and wife. No children are likely to be in here. There's zero impact on the schools, yet we get property taxes. There's very little impact on police because the calls for service at Avalon are probably non-existent. So as far as density goes and the fact that it does meet the moderate income targets, which quite frankly on the Planning Commission, it's nearly impossible to do anywhere in Lindon. To have this come up with, okay, it does meet that, it's low impact, it's all that stuff, this was very unique, and then taking into account the lot. So all those things in consideration is why I strongly supported this particular one. There are some issues, like I say, with parking that we will have to mitigate in the final process, but overall, I think we can easily justify this density to the city, to the residents of Lindon, even though the survey says, oh, only 9% care. But one of the things we're constantly hearing is we want housing. I don't want my big lot. I want to go somewhere else, but there's nowhere to go in Lindon. This is an option. So maybe that survey didn't quite accurately reflect completely what the community's feeling.
Well, I think you have to look at the sample size too.
Exactly. So that's just my thoughts on it, and that's why I voted yes on it.
Thank you.
Mayor,
All right.
if I could respond to Scott's point, and that is, yes, our public services don't have to, they're not heavily impacted, but I will notice that some of the reports that I watch, there is quite a bit of activity at that location with our emergency services as far as the EMS. And so I at least a few a week on your location, at least that particular portion between you and the care center or the other facility, there is several times a week that it does come in, but that's to be expected. And so, but we do, and I guess I'm grateful that it's so close to the public safety building, that it's not a long use. And I don't know how many of those are, maybe you could speak to this, are maybe a quick check on somebody versus taking them to the hospital.
Yeah, we have, I've seen so many people come and then they gradually may have a decline in their health. And so the majority of the calls are for a fall.
Okay.
And needing help to get back up.
Okay.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yes, well, thank you. You know, it's been, I think, an asset to the community overall, so. Any further public comment?
I wanted to make one comment that we haven't made here. And if the first reason that I looked at this is because I was concerned as I was watching these people come through and visit with Mary and with Mike and we saw what they did up on that next parcel where the drink place is. They built this big retaining wall. And to build the retaining wall on this property along the south, that south parcel's property line, and you wanted to keep it at the same grade as State Street, you would literally be putting everybody on the first level and in a basement, apartment. So I mean, the existing tenants would suddenly be in a basement. They'd have to build that. They could possibly build it down the property line, all the way down to the trail, and then along the trail, and it creates what I would consider for that any commercial use in that regard, something that's just not attractive to our tenants, which is why I brought her. And it's on the dark side of the building. That's the north side, where there's no sun. So I'm concerned, literally, if there's no votes, that what are we going to put in there, and how will that impact the existing tenants?
Sure. Very good.
That's a very serious concern for me.
Very good, thank you. Any further public comment? All right, seeing none, bring this to council.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hoyt to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council.
I have a question on, as we talk about density, the concerns many citizens have is Orem puts so much of their density right next to State Street, and they tower it up so that as you're going down State Street, it's almost overpowering. So, Eric, if you could speak to this, how high will we be right there? This is a lot closer to State Street than your other two buildings.
Yeah.
Does it sit down a little bit so that it won't be towering over State Street? Help me understand.
Okay, so Mary, could you go to that image from the side?
Yeah.
All right, so that's a perceptive question. And one of the reasons that this is such a nice little fit for this project is if you see the grade dropping from State Street into the western side of the property, the back of the property, that's about a 20-foot drop, 15 to 20 feet. So because a residential facility is not dependent on State Street, on the visibility from State Street like a commercial project would be, we're not concerned about making sure that it's at the same elevation. So what we're proposing to do is take a 3-story building and put it at the lower grade so that from the State Street side, you're actually entering the building on level number 2. So from the State Street side, you see a 2-level building. If you go around to the western side, you see a 3-level building. So what that does is it makes it so that from a massing standpoint, you're actually dropping the mass of the building as you approach State Street. A lot of your larger buildings, the Tri-City Medical Building and other similar buildings are kind of away from State Street, giving you a nice big corridor, nice open feel. The other thing that we were able to do by putting the building on the eastern side of the property is preserve the view corridor for the existing tenants to the mountain range. There was a concept originally where we had the building in the back. We couldn't solve the public services issue. You couldn't get the fire department back there. And so simply by flipping those, not only did we open the view corridor, but we made it so that we could get the fire department and emergency vehicles through a roundabout, or essentially a drive-through that is adequately sized to accommodate your trucks, your fire trucks. So it's like everything is this perfect little fit for what we're trying to do here, up to including the use of the property. We're not really impacting adjacent properties with large buildings that would be problematic for adjacent residential. There's really not as we've talked about already, and I could give you more reasons why a commercial property doesn't really work here because of the cost of retaining and so forth, frontage. But it's like, on a difficult little piece of property, it's kind of a perfect little fit that would make a lot of sense at a lot of levels, both from the city's perspective and also from the developer. And, you know, and it would be a much better, probably the best use of the property as far as I can tell.
Okay. Good points.
Yeah.
Yes, and I agree that the trail, the point you brought up, that people along the trail will be looking at a massive retaining wall potentially in a dark area without eyes on it potentially. That's a good point, as well as the profile, how it looks and feels to those progressing down State Street. So, thank you.
You know, my only other comments, I'm never a fan of giving up commercial, and especially to residential. But I've looked at this property a time or two from commercial users who have tried to finance it. It is a tough piece of property. And so I understand that. And frankly, I'm not a huge fan of the senior housing overlay. So I don't want to send the message that this is something we're actively trying to add or open to approving. And I think the only reason I'm going to be a yes tonight is because of your adjacent uses, which you may be happy to hear that we're not open to your competition coming in to open it across the street. But that's where I'm at. I think that Mary hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of right reasons to do this, and so I'm ready when everyone else is.
All right, I'd entertain a motion if there's no further discussion.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-19-0 for a zone change for Avalon, from which would add a senior housing facility overlay over the existing commercial general zone.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Powell. Any further discussion? All right, we'll call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That sounds unanimous. And just one point, please try to add extra parking as much as possible. I know the zone lets you only do 1.1, but that would be fantastic. Thank
We'll do
you.
what we can. Thank you.
Thanks, you three.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
All right, moving on, getting through. We now are moving on to item number 13. This is also a review and action that requires opening a public hearing for the Lindon Village Ordinance Amendment request.
I motion to open the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are now in a public hearing.
Mike, sorry to make you wait so long.
Yeah, it's a long one
Brutal.
tonight. It's heavy.
Long night,
We can just pass them down for you.
Thank you, Mike.
Has this been provided to staff to include for the record?
Mike has a copy of it. The only thing I've added to this, and I sent you a copy of the resume from the developer. Okay.
Okay, I'll get it to Kathy.
So there's a copy of a resume from the developer. He's actually the property owner.
All right, very good. If I could stop you, Mr. Kudley.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and let our staff go ahead and present the amendment first, and then we will definitely welcome your comments and feedback. Thank you.
All right, so this application is for an ordinance amendment to the Lindon Village Zone to allow residential as a permitted use in the Lindon Village Zone. The concept that you'll see in the packet that was provided by Mr. Coatley and is in this staff report as well is that it concept plan of 102 condominiums, 80 townhomes, and future commercial lots. The Planning Commission recommended denial of the ordinance amendment for a number of reasons. One, that this opens up the entire corridor to residential use in the Lindon Village Zone. In addition, this is the primary focus of that zone is for commercial. The city adopted the 700 North Small Area Master Plan in April 2021. We've recently adopted as well our general plan that discusses how this is prioritized for economic development, that we should follow as closely as possible our 700 North Master Plan, and this really is a commercial gateway And so I think, you know, we all understand that we'll probably receive some proposals for residential, but that primary focus is commercial in that 700 North corridor and in the Lindon Village zone. I provided in your staff report the goals of the 700 North Master Plan, as well as the district plan that we put together. The language that's proposed, if you do want to pass this, is that we put, with the exception of residential as listed below, that residential the residential uses are permitted. And so that's according to the application that we received. So with that, would be happy to answer any questions or comments.
All right. Do council have any questions for staff thus far? All right.
We're not, okay, so first off, we're not trying to bring just a residential use to the area. I want to dispel anything there. And the developer of it wants to develop the entire parcel at the same time, residential and commercial. Whether in this particular concept or another concept that's something along those lines, bring a downtown type feel to it, we're not just trying to get a residential zoning. Now, we've talked numerous times in the past of doing a Lindon Village North, Lindon Village South type zoning, so that both sides are not equal and you know, what we do on the north doesn't flow over to the south. I would love some feedback from the city. We've been at this now. I personally have been at this site for 6.5 years. We are getting nowhere. We've sold a couple blocks. You know, lot number 2's closed. We haven't seen any progress on that. Lot number 3 should be closing in about a month or two. We have an offer for 7 acres on the east end, which again, is just a front to back zoning, you know, and just another chunk taken out. Now, whether that makes it through or not, I think it fits what the city would like to see, but it's not bringing the feel to the location that I think anybody in this room wants to have. Nobody wants a lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, all the way down this 0.6 of an acre. And then, of course, the same thing happened on the south side. Then you just got a building, another building, another building, another building, and you're just driving down this big canyonway. That's not accomplishing what anybody here wants to see. And I think we all know what we want to see. We want to see some kind of development, especially where that TOD map is right there in that central location. You know, we want to see some kind of walkable downtown type community there. You want to see it on the north side of the road. We want to see it on the south side. One side doesn't really get the feel that I think we're trying to accomplish here. We need something that's going to spread over from the north to the south and bring that type of feel to it. Not continually just selling, 4 or 5 acres here, 3 acres, 5 acres, 7 acres. That's not going to get us where we want to be. I had a talk with the mayor about a week or so ago, and we talked maybe possibly trying to come up with a memorandum of understanding and get into a development plan that would bring something a little bit more along the lines of a mixed-use residential, because what are you going to do with those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th stories if we go that tall? You know, you're not going to have office all the way up there with retail on the bottom. You know, I just don't see that mix working really well, and it doesn't put the bodies on the location that any of us want to see there. We want to see a nice mixed-use kind of situation. And I think, we've all talked about it. It's been mentioned a number of times. We don't want to see retail locations go away in the city. And we're not wanting it to go away. We're wanting to find some avenue to develop it, to bring as much retail to the location as we possibly can. I know you guys just bought, or are in the process of buying, a gigantic chunk, about 8 acres or so on the south side.
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Mr. Cooley, yes, I appreciate, you've been working hard at this.
I know
You've tried
you
to
do.
be,
We've
you've
talked
tried to be a
numerous
good
times.
partner and bring qualified applicants and weed out the ones that were not going to bring uses that are allowed in the zone or not fit with what we're looking for. And My big concern is that I'm not sure this is the right approach to help get the goal that you're after. Just to allow housing as a use in the zone, it kind of takes away some of our tools in our toolbox that we may have in getting to a development agreement with something of quality, as you mentioned. Anyway, I'm going to let the council take it from here.
What ideas,
comments?
it's saying, instead of let's saying things we can't do, let's talk about things we can do. Okay, we've discussed the things that we can't do over and over and over again for the past 6 years. What as a city can you guys do to help us get this process done?
Bring us some commercial tenants that have a retail component to the.
Nobody's looking at, I mean, if we didn't get this thing done in the last 6 years, with everything that's happened in PG and everywhere else and all the other stuff that we've tried here, if we didn't get it done then, we need some other way to look at it. And that's what I'm looking for, is another way to look at this.
How much has been spoken of doing a north and a south village?
I actually am in some conversations with, the Andersons, which, we've talked about making an offer on it. They're kind of going back and forth. They're in the same situation that we've been in numerous times. They are sick and tired of tying the property up and letting somebody try to do some kind of development that is not going to work, that they don't want to do that anymore.
Okay.
Okay, and of course, that's why I'm here, because the sellers on the north side have tied it up, I don't even know how many times.
We've
And-
seen concept review after concept review come in
Exactly.
and watch that.
So we've done it here, they've done it there.
Okay.
No one's getting anywhere because all these guys come in with all these different ideas of what they want to have. And they think, I'll stuff it down their throat, we'll get it done. We've done this many times. And of course, what happens? They go away and leave us all with a bad reputation. And, here we are again. So what are the things that we can use as a city, as a developer, as a property owner, to figure out a way to get past this? Because if we keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, we're gonna be down the road another 5 years and have nothing here, and all the good uses are gonna be all around us, which is one of the things that I'm trying to avoid right now. We're losing all kinds of different things to Pleasant Grove, now to Vineyard. Vineyard's gonna be a huge draw with Utah City. And that's what I'm begging for your help is what I am. I had a conversation with the mayor this last week and said, what can we do? I'm tired of hearing the things we can't do. What can we do to make something work? How can we find a way, an avenue to get to something that's going to work?
I
And
will
I
say-
can't bring commercial developers right now. There's nobody looking. I'm out there beating the bushes for them right now, and no one will talk to me.
So this particular developer is saying that they would like to bring in the residential and just have the empty pads for future.
He will develop it all.
He will develop it all.
Well, there's a couple possibilities of different ways to do it.
Okay,
He says, I can do all that commercial along the front. He goes, I think I can find some, he goes, but if I do all that, I've got another 12 acres behind there is a no man's land. He goes, he goes, I'm not willing to put that out to market and try to really sell that. Now, if somebody came in, like the person that's currently looking at it, he wants front to back. It's just another chunked out block
Yes.
that's gonna be gone, and he takes up, he wants the parcel that's all the way on the east end, the 7.19 acres.
And this is Joel Kester.
Joel Kester, and that's his resume.
Yep.
Joel's the developer, and you can see what he's currently got working.
Yeah, one of the things that we've steadfastly resisted as a council is the possibility of someone coming in, building, let's just pretend that this is.
I get it.
This is acceptable and we're all for it. Someone coming in, developing it, and then turning around and flipping it. And based on his development and investment projects in process, it looks like that's what he does.
He usually gets things entitled and gets things going and then sells them to an end user, yes. That's what he's done numerous times. And he's been very, very, very successful at doing that.
Yeah, well, apparently so, if these numbers are indeed correct.
Mr. Kester is one of the current property
He is one of
owners.
the current owners, yes.
Yeah.
And he is adamantly avoided developing this parcel. For all the years that I've been working with him, he says, I don't want to develop it, I don't want to develop it. And I kept saying, well, let's do this. I started this about 3 years ago. And of course, we had another developer come and try it, didn't work. Another developer came, tried it, didn't work. And finally, he says, you know, I'm sick and tired, and I got the same response from Ron Anderson's agent on the south side. We're sick and tired of tying it up and then having people spend 6, 8 months and then walking away. Now, I know one of the things that you guys are hesitant on, and I totally get this, you don't want someone to get the approval for the residential/commercial development all together and then build the residential and go, see ya, thanks a lot, I'm out the door. No, that's not something, you know, we'll sell it to one party that's willing to do the entire development. They're
What's
not
the
gonna
market
buy,
for
and not
that?
gonna close out on a phase with a back.
What would be the market for that currently in this, in the climate we're in?
Again, I've gotta find someone I've gotta find a developer that's willing to come in and do it. But you know, right now, no one, you know, quote unquote, I've heard it 2 or 3 times in different ways that they've said it, we're not willing to spend the time fighting the White House. We're not gonna do it. There's other projects that are much easier to do. We're just not gonna waste.
They all want housing to be part of the equation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would all love to come. If there's housing in the equation.
You've talked to
they'll
Thompson
come.
Thrift, they had the same thing. The Evergreen guys were the same way, you know, and of course, both of those large groups, you know, have a lot of commercial tenants in tow. They have people that follow them wherever they go. And there's another one that's out there right now, you know, he looked promising, but I've told him numerous times, is if you're bringing nothing but a rental product, you know, you're gonna have to do, at the very least, 50-50 rental versus sale. He goes, and I said, I don't wanna see all, you know, condominium type stuff. It's gotta be some townhouse, it's gotta be a nice mix, and it's gotta be a nice product. And they went away, which is fine with me, because I'm not gonna have them get down the road and then find out that they're, you know, not gonna be able to get it done and have that bad reputation and bad taste in your mouth because I let it go. Not gonna have that happen.
All right, Mike. Well, thank you. Council, any further questions on this? If this is a public hearing, is there any other comment from those in attendance here?
I wish Mark was here.
All right. Then I would motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Hoyt. All in favor to close the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye. All right, bringing this back to you, council.
If we had a north and a south, I could talk about this. If we had already distinguished, I have said prior applications on concept reviews that I am open on the north side to a housing component. I am definitely not on the south. And so if we had 2 different sections of a north and a south version of our Lindon Downtown Village, I could be accommodated. Mike, can you remind me that maybe the group that, maybe we don't even need to know, but I'll just remind people, the group that came in with the beautiful aerial that looks like a drone footage almost coming back through, and it was,
Miller.
it was,
Vertical development.
it had some potential to me. I think they're the ones that did, was it Santana Row in San Jose? And, or not, they were using that to emulate.
Yeah, they were using that.
Yeah, they didn't do that, yes, yeah, we'll clarify that one. And I like that thought and that concept. It has a community feel that's in the middle of commercial and a variety of commercial, whether it's boutique or, I don't know, there's just, there was a lot of potential. And then I looked at their portfolio and I thought, well, this won't fly. I just didn't feel like they had the ability to produce what they were promising. And so that would be my biggest concern as that was before me as a north and a south, is do they have the ability, and if Mr. Kessler is then going to sell this out, would that particular entity have the ability to produce the quality product that we would like to see if I'm giving up residential into the component. Now, I will say, my term's up at the end of December, so I don't have long standing to be able to help out with this, but I will just say that I have always said, on the north side only, I would entertain a component of, but I know that I'm kind of odd man out, maybe perhaps, there'd be maybe another one or two, but it would have to be the right developer that would bring in the right quality. Now, we've got 4 wonderful candidates that are vying for the 3 seats that are up. So we've got Mr. Vanchery and Mr. Magleby. We are not returning after this year, so but you've got 2 candidates here in the room and another 2 that often attend other events, but I don't know what their standing is on that, and they will help determine that with future council meetings starting in 2024. But I do like I can't even express to you, Mike, how much I appreciate your perseverance in trying to make this happen for our city. Not just from your point as what you do as a developer, I just so appreciate all your efforts. So I don't know if I'll have another opportunity before I leave office, but thank you for all that you've done to bring this and continuing to be persuading.
Persevere.
It's later than we usually meet. Yes, having perseverance in this situation, so thank you.
All right, council, we do have a review and action item here before us. Any other?
You know, Mike, I think you and I have talked several times. I think that you can take away from this that the needle has moved quite a bit. I think 6 years ago, we were 100%, absolutely not, no residential on either side. At this point, I think every council member is understanding the eventuality of a housing component on this commercial, even myself. And so we are open to it. We are also burned by previous developers who promised us, we'll put this in and you will have commercial. We still don't have commercial.
I know,
and that's what's tough is we want to use it as a carrot, and we will always want that. Who knows? We will have 3 new council members, but that's how always has. We understand that is what developers want. And we need to use that to incentivize this commercial growth. We will, like we've done in the past, likely require the commercial before the residential, so we don't get stuck holding the bag of residential like we have in the past.
All right.
But the needle has moved. I think that's something you can't take with you, that we're at least open to some sort of residential
Is there a way
component.
to zone the area and create some kind of fail-safe that, okay, this is the big picture, this is what's gonna go there. You have this much residential, you have this much commercial, period. We want the commercial being built before the residential, but having it approved.
So something where so many square feet commercial entitles a certain number of doors.
Exactly. You know,
I
and
don't
maybe, 50% or 25, you can do 25 or 20% of the commercial, per se, 20% of the residential. So it's been, it's back and forth. And I don't know that plan that we have meets the walkable.
The vision.
The vision. And again, an MOU, a memorandum, a development, sit down with a committee that we can actually pen some different ideas that, you guys are saying, okay, that won't work, but I think something like this will. What if we did this? What if we did? And we just have a nice open discussion back and forth, not in this setting.
I think that's where I would, if it were even a possibility, that's where I would head is a memorandum of understanding, tying any residential
You can
to
market it.
commercial development, so you can market it.
Yeah.
So Mike, would you agree
And I can
then?
market something like that.
Would you agree then maybe this vehicle that's being proposed is not quite the right one to get us
Me and
across
Mike
the finish
discussed
line?
that before, and we went
Okay.
with what the
What
owners of the
current-
property wanted as far as what they were requesting, and
Right.
and I think even Joel's come back and said, maybe that's not exactly what I wanted,
Yeah. I think what we're hearing here is we want to work with you. We have a vested interest in the best and highest uses coming to this property. We recognize mixed use is probably very much in play. You're saying, I'm having trouble marketing this because there's no understanding of what a developer could have in that exchange potentially. So the suggestion, maybe this goes to further discussion. Obviously, it would have to be non-binding at this point, is what I'm hearing from council, because they want to use this as a mechanism to hopefully engage and get that commercial, as part of the equation.
I think we can go back and forth until we can get to something that you guys are saying, yes, I think we can agree to this.
Okay.
And then we have a binding agreement. But obviously, we're a long ways away from that at this juncture right now. But yes, that's
Okay.
kind of what I'm looking for, is something, okay, this will work once we
All
get
right.
to that.
Very good. I appreciate all your comments, all your thoughts, all your effort. With that being said, I would entertain a motion then from council in regards to this, with the understanding there may be another path forward
Okay?
if it does not pass. It was
We
not
can-
recommended by the planning commission prior, so
So we don't continue this, we deny it?
Deny it.
And where
I
do we
think
go
there's a
from there?
different path that we can
You
pursue.
work with me on a plan, and then we can start working on an MOU or however that looks.
Okay.
All right, council.
I'll make a motion then. I move to reject ordinance 2023-19-0 to amend the Lindon City zoning map and, no, I did the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Where are we at here?
And then 13.
Number 13, to reject 2023-13-0, no, I did the same, it's 13. Oh, yes, I did the right one. 13-0, the Lindon City Village Ordinance Amendment, and encourage the applicant to work with Mike, see if we can make a better pathway forward.
All right, very good. We have a motion by Councilmember Powell. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hoyt. All in favor of the motion as stated?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, the motion is denied, but we want to work with you in good faith. We hear you, your concerns, and let's find a way to work
Try
together.
to make this work.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for waiting so long through a very lengthy meeting. We appreciate you very much. All right, we are on to item number 14, and our staff. Thank you, Trent, for your patience as well. This is a discussion item only regarding mini roundabouts, and Trent has prepared some excellent information for our perusal here.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as you're all well aware, we've gone through some design iterations on Center Street, and we eventually landed on putting bulb outs on Center Street at the intersections of Main Street, 200 East, and 400 East. We liked the idea of roundabouts in the past, but a standard roundabout would it would require buying more right-of-way, and so that option was eliminated. Since that time, just in the past couple months, I attended a presentation and learned more about what's called mini roundabouts. They're bigger than a traffic circle, which is something similar that we had, I think, at the intersection of 400 North and 400 East on a temporary basis in the past, and I haven't heard positive reviews on that setup that we had there. And so as I was sitting through that presentation, I thought, hey, this actually might be something that could potentially work in some places on Center Street. I put together an exhibit trying to highlight some of the differences, some of the pros and cons of mini roundabouts versus bulb outs. I would note that some of these items on here, and I apologize for the poor aesthetics, but some things have changed based on some other input that we've received. So that engineering firm that gave the presentation, they have put together a number of mini roundabouts. This is one that was designed by them and installed in the city of Emmett, Idaho, and some of those video links that are included in the staff report were from that particular roundabout. This is a design that they're currently working on for Spanish Fork City that shows a school bus turning template. And then they actually provided a free concept plan for the intersection of 400 East and Center Street. So going back to these differences, some of these have changed based on us looking at specifically the intersection of 400 East and Center Street. Thank you. and also based on that specific design that they provided. So I'll try to go through these pretty quickly. Green generally indicates that there's an advantage there. Red means that there may be a disadvantage. Black is it's kind of neutral. So for traffic flow, I kind of give the edge to a mini roundabout. With the bulb outs, we're going to be eliminating any space for any turn lanes that we could have. So you'll have just one lane for each direction on each leg of the intersection. A mini roundabout eliminates the need for vehicles to stop as long as the roundabout itself is clear. As far as motorist safety, I also give the edge to mini roundabouts because there are much fewer conflict points in a roundabout versus a standard four-way intersection. Pedestrian safety, there's actually benefits to both. In both instances, and let me actually pull up this design. You can see that the design that was provided by this Keller Associates, it actually includes some bulb outs along with the roundabout, and that's to give a wider turning radius so that vehicles that are turning right actually have a big enough radius to make that turn. So the pedestrian safety, there's a similar benefit whether we go with mini roundabouts or the bulb outs. Snow plows, this is something that has changed based on that design. Originally our plow drivers had said, yeah, a roundabout would probably be better for them, but with the bulb outs, I think I'd actually say it's probably a wash between the two. Landscaping is another thing that has changed besides what I show here. Obviously we were planning on opportunities for planter boxes within the bulb out areas. With a mini roundabout, there wouldn't normally be that opportunity, but because they're showing some of those bulb out features, there may be actually an option to have some landscaping in the bulb out areas. Vehicle speed, these may not apply as much here at the 400 East intersection because it's already a four-way stop. If we have just the bulb outs, we would maintain the four-way stop. If it's a roundabout, obviously the stop signs would be removed in favor of yield signs, and it would operate more like a traditional roundabout. One of the big differences here is school bus mobility. What I put here was, in general, looking at it generally between mini roundabouts and bulb outs. For mini roundabouts, I think left turns would be a little more difficult, whereas right turns would be easier for a bus, and then it's the opposite for bulb outs, where left turns are easier, but right turns more difficult. We have put together, we did just a quick turn analysis with our current design with the bulb outs, and it actually does accommodate bus traffic pretty well.
Right-hand turn.
Yes, for both right and left-hand turns. And as a side note, I went out this afternoon and observed the intersection right after the hours that both Rocky Mountain Elementary and Oak Canyon Junior High got out of school, and observed that we do have buses going every which way in that intersection. If we were to have a mini roundabout, right turns can also be accommodated. I don't know if any of you watched the video links, and due to time I won't pull them up here. But it did show buses going straight through without too much issue, and same with right turns. It is tight, but yeah.
Did I see it right that there was no example of a left-hand turn on those videos?
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
I watched it like 3 times, like, did I miss it? Did I sneeze or something? Okay.
No, exactly. That's something that we asked for but didn't receive. But this is the turning template that they show for the mini roundabout that they're designing in Spanish Fork. And you can see mini roundabouts, they don't have a very high raised island like a typical roundabout. It's only going to be a maximum of 5 inches, and even then it's a very gradual dome shape rather than an abrupt curb around the edges. So these are actually designed so that larger vehicles would go across. Within the half an hour that I was observing that intersection this afternoon, I observed 7 school buses versus I'm not sure how many hundreds of cars. While we do want to make sure that the school buses are accommodated, they do represent a smaller portion of the traffic that's going through the intersection. One item to note is that accessibility of adjacent properties, and more specifically, this property here on the southeast corner, you notice there's a driveway here. With the mini roundabout, you would have a center raised island, and so for someone leaving that property, it'd be a little bit more difficult if they were wanting to head west or really north or south on 400 East. They'd have to, go down here, make a U-turn or something like that. With bulb outs, we're better able to accommodate that. It's as simple as just shortening the length of the bulb out. And then the last item that I had on there was just drainage, which, given the current design that has been provided to us, it's actually pretty similar. Drainage is a little bit easier to accommodate in general for a mini roundabout, a little more difficult in general with bulb outs. With that, I will turn it over to you with any questions you may have.
Thank you so very much for your research on that and coming back and reporting on that new information. Could you please remind us, the council, what is the timeline that we anticipate that we would need to make final decisions regarding the Center Street improvements?
So the plans for Center Street are currently in design right now by Horrocks Engineers. They would be looking for a decision fairly quickly. Ideally, we would be looking at having construction completed on this by next fall. We are anticipating, and it's obviously not official, but we're anticipating an open house at the temple for as early as spring of 2025. And so obviously we'd want to have all the construction tied up well before then.
All right, very good.
What about the landscaping options? We have less landscaping options with the many roundabouts, or no landscaping options, probably in the center there, but.
Right, in the center, yeah, there wouldn't be any options to accommodate larger vehicles that may have to traverse that center island. The landscaping opportunities might be fairly similar with this particular design versus the other design that we have, where we may be able to have some
Planter boxes or.
Yeah, planter boxes like what we have with the current
So
design.
the assumption is that a vehicle might go across the dead center? I thought it was just that they might skiff, as it kind of rises, they might just go across the edge.
Yeah, larger vehicles, they do have the potential to go over the dead center. Now, it has to be designed correctly because you don't want regular passenger vehicles to be able to just sail through the intersection. You'd want to design it such that it'd be very uncomfortable for a passenger car to do so, but for a large vehicle that's taking that turn very slowly, it wouldn't be as jostling, I guess I would say.
Trent, is there anything that we can put in the center, no matter how small, whether it's I know a light post would be not well, but done well, but is there anything that we can do that would not be a danger to the public? Or I don't know what the diameter of this mini roundabout would be typically?
Yeah, I'll pull up, again, this turning template so you can see where the path of a school bus is going. You can see there is some space there, and I think our design that we've received is actually a little bit bigger than what they have here. So we do have a little bit more space. One thing that I'm not sure of, though, is if we need to accommodate something larger than a school bus. Say any of these schools need to have like a semi-truck bring in deliveries. I've never personally seen a semi on this corridor, but I know I live right next to an elementary school here in Alpine School District, and I have actually seen
Don't some communities sometimes have signage saying certain streets cannot have certain vehicles over a certain tonnage or size? I think I've seen those before.
Yeah, we have
I mean,
seen
if we
those.
wanted to eliminate that,
There's other
potentially,
ways
they have other arteries that they could connect through.
Maybe an unfair question on short notice, but originally our design budget, I assume, was based on full roundabouts. Or was it?
No,
Bulb outs.
Right, yeah.
Cost-wise, what do we, again, it may not be fair to ask you, but.
Well, the presentation that was given, and we haven't done a detailed cost estimate on this, but the presentation that was given, someone actually asked that very question, what's the cost difference between mini roundabouts and bulb outs? They said it was actually pretty similar. Based on this design that we've received, I would think that actually the mini roundabout in this case might be a little bit more expensive. I think the cost, where we have these bulb outs on each corner is pretty much the same, and then you're adding the cost of that central island of concrete.
Size-wise, oh, go ahead, Mayor.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I was going to say, size-wise, the difference really between a traffic circle and a mini roundabout, a traffic circle is basically just painted on the asphalt, like I've seen many times in Europe, that's what they are, is that it's, you know, it's like, I don't know, a GPS will say, take the 5th exit. I'm like, you know, basically it's just try to stay away from the center so you don't get killed.
Yeah, the way
But-
I understand it is essentially traffic circles are kind of the smallest as far as these roundabout class of roads, of intersections. One of the differences that you see is traffic circles, it seems like they can be painted like what you said. They could be not mountable at all. They're typically reserved for exclusively very small residential roads.
I happened to be coming back from Hobble Creek. My husband and I, we went over the back side of the mountains, and we came down through Hobble Creek, and we were coming through, I'm like, I think we just went through, I couldn't determine if it was a traffic circle or if it was a mini roundabout. South of where the roundabout is what would you classify that as?
Me and Noah actually took a field trip to look at that. I think I would almost classify that more as a traffic circle.
Okay.
I know there's no way the school bus is going through that particular.
Well, and it's on a major artery, that road, and I thought that seemed very unsafe.
So that particular one, the city council in Springville came to the engineering staff a week before school started and said there had been one of the children, a student had been killed at that particular location the year before.
Okay.
So they were very concerned about pedestrian safety. So I talked to the engineer, and he said, they came to me a week before, and we threw this together essentially, knowing that it's a very temporary situation.
Okay.
They are in the process of designing more of a permanent roundabout at that location. But the one that's in there right now, yeah, Trent and I went through it and would not advise that that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
None of us are in favor.
Okay, as I went through that, I thought, this wasn't even worth turning around, you know, because I'm like, no, whatever that is, it just wouldn't fit the standards of our city and the safety issues, so
Correct. It's significantly smaller than what the design that you're looking at here.
Okay,
too.
One thing that we should also point out, this particular design here is very conceptual, and you'll notice the islands are just kind of nice and straight. Trent, if you go to the one from Spanish Fork, one of the major differences between a roundabout and a traffic circle, you can notice that these islands, as you come into it, direct you so you cannot go straight across.
Yes.
They direct you as far as how you have
Okay.
to turn, and so there's that traffic calming. Whereas often in a traffic circle, it's just basically like you're saying, there is no
It's a free-for-all.
islands that really kind of direct you. It's just, there's no real engineering in that part of it.
Okay.
It's just something in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And I just wanted to bring up a note. I know Councilmember Magalby is not here, but on an email dated August 22nd, his response was, after returning from Scotland recently, I am more inclined to have us consider the mini roundabouts. So just wanted to share that was his comment on that date. This is a discussion item. As staff mentioned, if we want to change from the original beautification or traffic calming bulb outs at this point, what are the thoughts about what's being presented here?
There was a roundabout put in, was it on 4th North or Center Street?
Many, many years ago.
Many years ago.
It's by Mayor
It was
Danes.
not a proper roundabout.
What-
It was,
What was the story behind that one? Staff, Randy, you live over there. You live right by, what was?
it was hay bales.
2002 or something around
Yeah.
there, and it was on 4th North and 4th
East,
So
right by Mayor Danes.
Cinder blocks.
and
It
they
was
put
cinder
in,
block.
Yeah, a circle of cinder blocks, and there was no treatments, no striping around the shoulders or the corners. It was there for probably several months.
Oh, at least, yeah.
And they were just evaluating that. It was JEB engineers helping us at the time. And it didn't function well, it didn't go over well. We had a lot of intersection conflicts, vehicles hitting the cinder blocks from what I had heard. And so
And I don't know this for a fact, but I'd have to imagine that perhaps we had a council member with a little persuasion from Great Britain that might have wanted to share, see if that experience from what might have worked there. So that was kind of my remembrance, but this is before my time, just.
And the
but it is my
nature-
area.
And I
Fine,
lived,
we had tried it and it didn't work. It was, the
The
citizens hated
bus,
it.
the buses hated it.
it was not done
It
properly.
wasn't done properly.
Circle, though.
It was
From
too
my-
big.
from
It
my
wasn't this
recollection,
type of a
I saw
concept.
photo of it, and it took up a lot of the center area.
It was also at the bottom of a very tall hill, so there
And
was,
once again,
yeah.
the point of this mini roundabout, just as that vehicle traffic analysis shows, like tracking, they are meant to get run over on the islands in the middle, which is a total kind of foreign concept to most of us in the room, like why design something that is going to get run over by a large vehicle? In other words, they're going to cut across that island, because there is no way without taking property and making that traffic, that roundabout much larger to be able to accommodate. But so they're designed to be driven over, which is why you don't want much in the middle.
Yeah.
What is your hope and goal with this?
With this discussion or with?
No, with this concept.
Traffic flow, probably.
Traffic flow is a big thing that I
Does
see.
this expedite more traffic going through quicker?
It's not gonna be a four-way stop, so, the one that's down there by Home Depot as well, if there's not opposing traffic, and we're going to see additional traffic on Fourth East. Roundabouts function much better when you have balanced traffic, and if there's no traffic coming the other direction, you don't have to stop. Whereas these other ones with the bulb outs, it'll be a four-way stop at every one of those, which unfortunately what ends up happening, they stop, and then people feel like they need to make up that lost time. I'm sure Scott's ever seen this in law enforcement. They feel like they need to make up that lost time, so they essentially gun it to the next one, and then screech to a stop and then gun to the next one. So we get some traffic calming at those locations, which is what we're hoping for, but sometimes in between, they try to gun it. So this actually has the traffic calming benefit, but also keeps traffic flowing better. And this isn't necessarily, we're not proposing this in all three locations where we have the bulb outs. Due to the proximity to, in fact, if you pull up an aerial, Trent, at some point, we're only looking at this, really considering this at Fourth East and Center, not at Second East and at Main Street. So we installed the bulb outs at those two locations, and this really just at Fourth East.
This impact, going back to my question, how does this then impact the capacity of vehicles going through the intersection as a four-way stop versus a roundabout?
So it has a higher traffic.
Yes, can you quantify that? Do you have any information on that, Diz?
We can't quantify that right at this point.
Can I maybe share anecdotally, having spent over 2 decades?
Well, let me finish
Okay,
my comment there. You've talked about buses and calming. When you take a vehicle with a trailer behind it, these are a disaster. Fourth East, now, can they be designed better than that? It just, and to say that I'm supposed to drive through that center thing when I'm pulling a boat, which many people do, that is a tough thing to ask.
And I would say left turn, that would be ugly. The straight throughs, as you notice, the buses and the larger vehicles don't really have a problem with the right turns and the straight throughs, but yeah, I agree.
Straight through's a real challenge.
On any roundabout with a trailer, or?
Again, I'm gonna quantify depending on how it's done.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have all of my experience based on Fourth East and Fourth North and the disaster that was.
Yeah.
Because you could not pull a trailer through there without running over the cinder blocks.
I agree. I'm sure on that one, that's all I've heard is negative experiences with that one, so.
Yeah, it was as staff mentioned, that was a larger size than what they're talking about here, and it didn't have the ability
You had
to,
no ability to be able to drive over the center island. This center island essentially would be not flush, but close to flush with the pavement. So Randy, you went through the one in Springville, the disaster that's the temporary one, but then they have a full-size one.
Yep, just north of that.
Yeah, and that island there, I don't know if you noticed it, as Trent and I went through the other day, that island would be much more similar to what this is, where essentially it's maybe got an inch lip. if
Sure.
that.
So I would be curious to know the advantages, traffic flow-wise, quantitatively. This four-way stop handles 100 cars in an hour, and this will get what, or just some type of a comparison there. Yeah, I struggle with this concept unless it's going to prove to me that it gets people through intersection, it's gonna be, I don't know how to say this, you're going through safer, which is slower, but your cars are going through quicker because you're not having to do the stop, and that it can be navigated by most of what our citizens will do. And I don't mean in the, what did we say, the little smart car earlier? I'm not talking about that.
We can find some numbers, I don't have them off the top of my head.
Sure, yeah, wouldn't expect you to.
After you've just said, Van, and just anecdotally, just having spent those over 2 decades there on 4th East, just one house off of the corner that you're showing there. I've watched that road. When I first moved there in '94, it did not go through to Pleasant Grove. So it was a nice, quiet road, and then it went in, and it was, nobody wanted to go down 2nd East, go through the hollow. They all wanted to go to BYU, or, you know, We're Perfect or whatever, right down my street. I couldn't get out. That was a two-way stop for years and years and years. Many accidents would happen there as you would try to go north to south and try to cross Center Street. And the backup to try to get out of my driveway was horrendous. I would always have to pull, you know, my driveway was large enough that I'd have to make sure I was pulling head first out and nose first. And if it was school time, I would just have to be rude and just keep pushing my nose out there. So when the four-way stop came in, it exponentially improved that. I can only imagine that this would also improve the flow of just knowing how that traffic works for so many years with the two schools there, and when Rocky Mountain came in, it got worse, and so I do think that this could possibly help. I would not be a fan of it in more locations than that one particular location. I do worry about the Roy Lances. They're the ones with the driveway that's right by that bulb, and but they have closed off that garage. And so it's just a driveway, but they park a lot on the west side of their home there. But not to say that some of these things can't be mitigated, but I too would like to know some of those numbers. But I do just from the gut, I think that would help the flow at that. When you say 4th East being more impacted, are you talking more the south portion of 4th East versus the north side with additional traffic, people coming to the temple, perhaps?
Well, not even with that, just in general, we're anticipating, forecasting-wise, that 4th East will get more traffic as time goes on.
North and south. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I just looked on his overlay, I was wondering how it impacted, if you had an overlay there at 4th, how did it impact the Heritage Trail? It looked like it cut into quite substantially into Heritage Trail, so.
Yeah,
I want to address that, and I, as a fifth wheel owner, as long as you're low, as long as they have that little cut, I can literally go straight through that intersection if I have to.
Right.
To get around there, if it's low enough, that center, I am low enough, it's gonna curve.
Yeah, with that concept drawing, they haven't gone to the level of looking at the Heritage Trail. I think what you would do is you'd end up wrapping the trail around the radius a little bit, and you'll notice that the crosswalks are set back from the intersection more than a typical four-way stop. So I think we'd have to wrap the trail around. You'd probably shrink the width a little bit on that north leg of 400 East in order to accommodate that.
All right, so moving on, it sounds like there is some interest, some concern, would like some more information from staff, if you could bring that back in council, if you have any other thoughts.
Do you have to have those center medians as part of the design?
Yeah, part of that is the goal is to slow down traffic as it's entering the roundabout, down to about 15 or 20 miles an hour at least. And so part of the reason for those center islands is to slow down traffic. You'll notice a lot of the waves and curves that they have on that Spanish Fork design. That's exactly what the purpose of those are. It also gives a pedestrian refuge. So a pedestrian could stop in that island and wait for traffic to clear.
Very good, thank you so much, Trent. And any further questions or comments, send that to staff, and they will come back with some more information for us. Thank you so much. All right, this leads us now into agenda item number 16. We will recess to the Lindon City Redevelopment Agency meeting. Oh, sorry. Oh, pardon me, 15. We have a public hearing to see some fee schedule updates. Yep, thank you.
Make a motion to open public hearing.
Motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Hoyt. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing, and
You know, this is not connecting for me, so I will just give you the update there. There was a couple fees that were recommended as being changed in the city fee schedule. Let me find that, here we go. So we had.
it's in our packet. Oh,
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got
this is page 145.
studies, $10 on basketball.
And the sports things, one of these with basketball is because we joined the junior jazz, and they take a portion of that off of the fee, and so this is to keep us well of what we were making, so.
And is flag football a new thing that they're offering? Is that why it's on here, not with a change, but?
That is a new thing, yeah. And then with the police fee, this is going up $5 an hour. This is private security at any other event. So if they have a special event, we've had some requests down even in Weldon's buildings where they had some security concerns. They've paid for some hourly service there. If our guys go to like a BYU football game, they request agencies to help out with that. So this is the hourly rate, just looking to increase that to make sure we're covering our costs and overhead. On the property tax item that's listed on that is just putting in our code or in our fee schedule the actual property tax that was adopted, so. Percentage, yep.
okay, great. So a bit of housekeeping, more or less. All right. I'd entertain a motion if there's no further question or comment.
Comments? Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
All in favor to close the public hearing?
Aye. I'll also move to approve resolution 2023-17-R approving the fee schedule updates.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor?
Aye.
Fees are adjusted. Thank you. All right, then we'll go on now to recess to the Lindon City Redevelopment Agency meeting. I would entertain a motion to recess.
I'll move to recess the Lindon City Council meeting, convene as the Lindon City RDA.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell. Seconded by Councilmember Broderick, and let us respond in the vote with an aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are now in the redevelopment agency meeting, and we will have some minutes to approve from the June 5th meeting.
I've reviewed those, and I'd make a motion that we approve the June 5th, 2023 RDA meetings.
Okay, anyone have any
minutes.
further? Okay, motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick to approve the RDA minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so approved. And then item number 3, this is a review and action for an RDA resolution.
Mayor, I'm sorry
This
to
is,
interrupt you.
actually, this is, hold on.
Are we
This should-
supposed to do a roll call for this? Or other than an aye? And just,
Sorry, I got distracted trying to get this to work. Tell me what your question is, Mayor.
We went into we reconvened to the RDA with an aye and counted that as a roll call. Yeah, to count as a roll call.
Closed sessions, we need the roll call.
okay.
Okay, so I'm a little bit
Sorry.
confused, staff, because I see an action item number 17 outside of the RDA, but then I see that same motion as an item number 3 in the RDA. Am I seeing that correctly?
So we are adjourning to go into not adjourning, we're convening into the RDA, and you need to make a motion to approve a resolution if you're gonna decide to purchase this property, and then we're gonna reconvene the city council meeting, item number 17.
Is it closed?
And and then part of that action is the city council, if you choose to purchase that property, would then commit funds. So it's
Okay, very good,
So
understood.
there's a resolution of intent to purchase the property through the RDA. If you choose to do that, then we would
Okay,
convene
very
as the
good.
city
Thank you for that
council. Yeah.
clarification. All right, then we have some materials here to be presented. And at this
It
point,
decided to do an update, and it is still loading, and so I
Okay.
don't have the ability to broadcast this at the moment, but let me run you through. I mean, they have the staff report. You mean the presentation the mayor has? Yeah, we both have a presentation, so.
Is either of those presentations ready to be on the screen?
I can't display it on the screen until this uploads.
Okay.
Or it's running a software update all of a sudden, so.
Okay.
Convenient.
All right, shall we have a quick recess for a minute and wait on that?
Why don't I give you the background on this and make sure that we're all on the
Okay,
same
we've
page?
lost a council member who I think was running to the restroom.
And then a quick recess. that
Let's
we-
do a quick recess. It looks like everyone needs to stand up for a minute and take a quick break. It's been a couple hours, so we'll recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, Brad.
So I have assisted living, so they're little homes.
It's going okay. How about you guys?
Just up
Yeah?
the strip from us, and we go and visit. How are you doing? And I talked to this guy. Good to see you. That just got him property. But on your days now, it's good meetings on that. Didn't know it was supposed to be like this.
If we pulled it out, where's our?
Where are those?
There he is, right there. But I hear both of you guys. So I'm gonna go show it. We just said, talking about the, the yearbook, everybody signs the yearbook. So I just pulled Ramon's yearbook up to see if maybe he was on that same spot. So I understand. Well, it's been years. Probably 19 years. I've never eaten or written or cooked up
We double braked it.
I think we have to thank the update. Eat some cookies. Yes. That's right.